First of three qualifiers on the track. In the opener, it's one Handle on You, Nick Oakes. The two, You Are My Moonlighted Scratch. Here's the three, Sourpuss Sarah, Kenny Murphy. Starship CVO, the three, Mike McGuigan. 310 to Yuma wears 5, Mark Campbell. Gascoigne AC is the 6 for Ryan DeRoche. Windermere Classy 7 and Adam Murner. 8 Hippie John, Kenny Arsenal. First of three qualifiers lined up. Handle on You, Sourpuss Sarah, Starship CBO, 310 to Yuma, Gascoigne AC, Windermere Classy and Hippie John. Track conditions going to be listed as sloppy, 11 degrees Celsius. There is a 3-second variant, top of the stretch. Here they come. Off strides the 3, Sourpuss Sarah. Back leaving the 5. That's 310 to Yuma. Into the turn they go, and headed out for the lead from the outside. Gascoigne AC closer to the rail as they round the turn. That is Starship CVO coming third on the outside. Windermere Classy. Hippie John rolls up to take over fourth. And in fifth, it's Handle on You. Back into sixth is 310 to Yuma, and the trailer is Sourpuss Sarah. So they're arriving at the quarter, and the free-legged pacer up front, Gascoigne AC for Ryan DeRoche leading it. Dropping in for second is Windermere Classy. Around the turn in third, Starship CVO. They're at the quarter in 30. And 4, Hippie John took a seat in fourth. Moving up fifth is 310 to Yuma. He's gone off stride. On the rail, that is Handle on You, and the trailer Sourpuss Sarah. They arrive at the half mile next. Gascoigne AC will get them to the midway point. Second, Windermere Classy. Then in third, Starship CVO. Then fourth, that's Hippie John. Racing fifth is Handle on You. Six is Sourpuss Sarah, and off stride at the back. 310 to Yuma. 102 and 4 for half a mile. They tour the paddock turn, and going to the 5/8 is Gascoigne AC out in front. Second is Windermere Classy. Moving third, Hippie John is underway. Fourth on the cones, that is Starship CVO. Then in fifth, it's Handle on You. Sourpuss Sarah 6. In the backfield and being pulled up, 310 to Yuma. So the three quarters completed, and the leader at that station was Gascoigne AC. From the outside, it's Hippie John right there third. Windermere Classy, 134 and 3, the three-quarter time. Down the home stretch now in the first qualifier, trying to see it through. Gascoigne AC, Hippie John on the outside. Third is Windermere Classy as they come to the finish. That's Gascoigne AC all the way for Ryan DeRage. Hippie John second, Windermere Classy third. Time for the mile in 2:03 and 3. Now the results of that first qualifier. Handle on You was 6. You Are My Moonlight was scratched. Sourpuss Sarah 5th. Starship CVO 4th. 310 to Yuma did not finish. Gascoigne AC the winner. Windermere Classy was 3rd. Hippie John 2nd. Fractions of 30 and 4, 102 and 4, 134 and 3, and the mile in 2:03 and 3. In review, it's 6 scratch 5. 4 did not finish. 132. Second qualifiers on the track. DC's first girl's the 1. Gets qualifying driver Zach Noy. The 2, Ashes to Ashes, and Ron Matheson. Sonny Black 3, Miles Heffernan Sr. 4 is the trotter Final Tax for Mark Campbell. Jess or Jessica, another trotter from the 5, David Dowling. 6, JK Last Chance. That's 6 broken head of gas, Ryan DeRoss. There's the 7, JK Last Chance for Kenny Arsenault. The 8 will be 3-trick gainer. Now the driver is Adam Murner. Adam Murner on the 8 3-trick gainer, and he'll be doing it free-legged. DC's first girl, Ashes to Ashes, Sonny Black, Final Text, Jess or Jessica, Broken Out of Gas, JK Last a Chance, and 3-trick gainer. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Here they go, off and racing, coming from the outside, JK Last Chance. In between horses, Ashes to Ashes, DC's first girl, guarding the cones around the turn 3 high. Then the 4th one, that is Sonny Black, moving into 5th as they straighten up the backstretch and go to that opening quarter mile. And on 6th along the inside is 3-trick gainer. Then along the inside, that is Final Text, followed by Jess or Jessica, and Broken Out of Gas is the trailer. JK Last Chance and Kenny Arsenault made the lead and opens up by 3. Ashes to Ashes is second. DC's first girl third. On the move in the outside fourth. That's the Trotter final text. Then racing fifth is Sunny Black. Six is Three Trick Gainer. Back into seventh, Jesse Jess or Jessica. And the Triller is Broken Out of Gas. They went 29 and 3 over to that opening quarter. Backfield well in motion here in the second qualifier, and that's the Trotter driving up on the outside to challenge the leader. Final text on the outside. J.K. Last Chance along the rail. Up for third. There goes Sunny Black underway. Opening half mile in 59 and 4. They'll race over to the 5/8. J.K. Last Chance now up on the inside. Ashes to Ashes regaining second. Three High Sunny Black. Third, Three Trick Gainer is fourth. Final Tex is backpedaling here now in fifth. Up six is Jesse Jess or Jessica. Broken Out of Gas seventh. Now the Triller, DC's First Girl. So the three quarters now in the books, and it's J.K. Last Chance. Sunny Black on the outside is second. Three quarters in 1:29 and 2. And they're headed on home here in the second qualifier. J.K. Last Chance will see it through. Sunny Black is second, and up for third, Three Trick Gainer. It is J.K. Last Chance and Kenny Arsenault. Sunny Black second, Three Trick Gainer third. Time for the mile, 1:56.4. Now the result of that second qualifier, DC's First Girl was 8. Ashes to Ashes 4. Sunny Black second. Final Tex was 7. Jesse Jess or Jessica 5th. Broken Out of Gas 6. J.K. Last Chance, the winner. Three Trick Gainer finished third. They went 29 and 3, 59 and 4, 129 and 2, and home in 156 and 4. In review, it's 842. 75613. Third qualifier entering the track, Dollywood 1, Mark Bradley. The Sports Desk is 2, Ron Matheson. 3, Sensational Gal, Nick Oakes. Here's to Hardware's 4, Kenny Murphy. 5 is Silver Spirit, Ryan DeRoche. 6, Bounty Hunter is scratch. 7, Middleton Terror, David Dowling. 8 is Windermere Sadie, Mark Campbell. Third qualifier has Dollywood, the Sports Desk, Sensational Gal, Here's to Art, Silver Spirit, Middleton Terror, Windermere Sadie. Top of the stretch. Approaching a start. Off stride goes the 3, Sensational Gal, and the rest are off end pacing. Middleton Terror coming from the outside. Off stride goes Here's to Ward as they make their way round the turn. Now led by Middleton Terror for Dowling. To get away second, that is the Sports Desk. Now Dollywood's in third. Racing from fourth is Windermere Sadie. Fifth, that is Silver Spirit. Then after miscues at the back, Sensational Gal. And Here's to Art as they arrive at the opening quarter, led by Middleton Terror, the lead 2. Racing second, the Sports Desk. Then third is Dollywood. Fourth on the cones goes Windermere Sadie. Then in fifth, it's Silver Spirit. At the back, Here's to Art. Sensational Gal. She's had enough and being pulled up. To the opening half mile they come. They're at the quarter in 29 and 3. Now the midway point is the next station. Middleton Terror is halfway home. Getting that two-hole ride, the Sports Dash. Then in third, Dollywood. Continuing fourth, that's Windermere Sadie. Racing from fifth, that's Silver Spirit. Here's Stuart in the backfield. 1 minute and 2 was the half. As they roll next to the 5/8, it's Middleton Terror expanding his lead on the Sports Dash. Back into third, Dollywood. Going to the outside fourth, Windermere Sadie. Fifth, Silver Spirit. Here's Stuart the trailer. Here comes the three-quarters. And by 5 open lengths, the leader is Middleton Terror. And he's picking them up and putting them down late. Windermere Sadie is taking second. Third is the Sports Dash. Then fourth, Dollywood. Three-quarters went 129 and 4. That was 29 and 2 in the third quarter. Middleton Terror turning for home. The leader, Windermere Sadie, is taken second. The Sports Dash now in third. Dollywood fourth. And Silver Spirit fifth. Middleton Terror all alone on the line for Dowling. Second is Windermere Sadie. And the Sports Desk is third. Time for the mile in 1:57 and 3. Now the results of the third qualifier, Dollywood fourth, the Sports Dash third. Sensational Gal did not finish. Here's Stuart was sixth. Silver Spirit was fifth. Bounty Hunter was scratched. Middleton Terror, the winner. Windermere Sadie second. Fractions of 29 and 3, 1 minute 2, 129 and 4, and the mile in 1:57 and 3. In review is 4-3, DNF, 6-5 scratched, 1-2.
There's a vehicle that needs to be moved in the Stretch Drive parking lot. The license plate is B048V, and it's a white Silverado truck. Needs to be moved right away in the Stretch Drive parking lot. Again, a white Silverado truck with the license plate B048V needs to be moved right away from Stretch Park Driving.
Here they come. Post time. Deep stretch now. Shut the camera up.
Broadcasting live from Prince Edward Island, this is Race Day.
And welcome to Red Shores, Charlottetown on a Saturday night as we get set for Standardbred Racing here in Charlottetown this evening. I'm your host, Peter McPhee, along with Vance Cameron. He's in the booth calling all the action. Welcome aboard to the HPI broadcast desk in Charlottetown. It's Peter McPhee at the top of the park, and we have 14 dashes tonight here in Charlottetown as the rain has subsided. It was a bit rainy here this afternoon, on and off, but it looks like it's cleared up. The qualifiers, we had 3 of them earlier on today. They look good, and we're getting set for 14 here tonight in Charlottetown. Race number 13 will be the feature. It is a good one. Off the rail, Jules Dragon and Mark Campbell. Shadows Terror and Adam Murner moving on up. Their post 2. Laughing in Hanover. Jason Hughes in the middle 3. Tradition. Corey McPherson tonight on Tradition. And Twin B Tough Enough, the Governor's Plate winner from 2024. Post 5 for regular driver Gilles Berrios tonight. That is the feature in race number 13, part of a 14-pack here in Charlottetown. But before we get to that, we need the program changes. And let's go to Vance Cameron. Vance, welcome aboard.
Thank you, Peter, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Red Shores Racetrack and Casino at the Charlottetown Driving Park for tonight's racing program, event number 3 of the meeting. Sloppy track conditions. There is a 2-second variant. It's 11 degrees Celsius, the temperature at this time in Charlottetown. The track condition is rated by the officiating members from the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission. Tonight, the senior judge is Mr. Derek Fallon. The associate judges are Mr. Robbie Shaw and Mr. Ronnie Hennessy. Now here are tonight's program and equipment changes. Not much to report on tonight's card. You'll go to race number 12. In the 12th race, number 2, Solid Silver, going from blind to blinkers. Blind to blinkers on solid silver in the 12th. In the 14th, the 5-horse Sahara Sunshine has no additional chart line. She was scratched on Thursday night, ineligible to the class. So no line on the 5 Sahara Sunshine in the 14th. That's going to wrap up the changes. Parmigiano windows open and selling 27 minutes before the first race, post time set for 6 o'clock.
Race Day Live continues from Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. Welcome to our on-track and off-track customers. In the spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge that the land upon which we gather is unceded Mi'kmaq territory. Abogwed, Mi'kmaq is covered by the historic treaties of peace and friendship. We pay our respects to the indigenous Mi'kmaq people who have occupied this island for over 12,000 years, past, present, and future. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise, if you are able, for the playing of our national anthem. Now, back to Race Day Live.
And welcome back to the top of the park at the HBI Broadcast Desk. I'm your host, Peter McPhee. Tonight, Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action as we get set for 14 dashes here in Charlottetown. Tonight, the weather, it is going to cooperate, it looks like, here tonight. It was rainy early on this afternoon. We did get some showers here, but it has brightened up. We had 3 qualifiers earlier on, and we're getting set for 14 tonight here in Charlottetown. First post will be 6 p.m. First of all, I want to talk about a horse that's going to be in race number 12 tonight, and that's I'm a Looker 2 here for Robert Samara, Jeff Holmes, and Brady Sweet. They teamed up to do a lot of good things last year. 13 wins last year from 23 starts, and the horse had a big, big year. And we're going to take a look at one of his races from last year where he went a big trip at this track here at Redshores. Here it is.
They're going to the outside in 6, trailing the field. That is Shadow's Terror. Halfway home in the 10th, led by Bacon on a Biscuit in 56 and 2. Macho Phil around the turn is second. Third, that's I'm a Looker 2. Then fourth, and coming up on the outside is Spectrum Sealster. On the cones, that's Avatar J. Fifth, racing 6. That is Three Trick Gainer, and on the outside 7th, Shadow's Terror. They're over to 3/4, and we got a new leader now. I'm a Looker 2 has striked the front in the late going. 3/4 in 1:25 and 3, arriving at the 7/8. I'm a Looker 2. Headed for home on the outside, Macho Phil second. Bacon on a Biscuit back to third. Avatar J fourth. Deep stretch now, and here is the triples for Brady Sweet and trainer Jeff Holmes. I'm a Looker 2 wins. Macho Phil second. We'll need a show photo. Excellent trip. 1:54. Flat.
Yeah, big year in 2024 for I'm a Looker 2. He had 13 wins. That was the quickest, 54 flat right here at Red Shores in Charlottetown. He's back to race here in 2025. He had the qualifier on April the 29th. Back in tonight in race number 12. Looks to have a big shot here for I'm a Looker 2, Brady Sweet, and Jeff Holmes leaving from post 4 tonight. So let's take a look at our I'll Pick 5 ticket to kick it off here at Red Shores tonight, and boy, it's very close here. I'm on the far left here with my selections. Kurt Hughes, post time picks, is in the middle tonight, and the classifier on the right. And we're all heading towards the 6 in here, and that's Brookdale Ollie, who came off a nice trip last time out in that non-winners of 1001. Last 4 from post 7 was a good third, 58 and 2 and 28 and 3 on the end of it. So dropping down here a little bit tonight, coming off a very strong third place finish on May the 3rd. Looks to have a big shot. Campbell is back on the bike. We'll go to the 6 in race number 1. In race number 2, we're going to head towards the 2. That's Camco Lucas here for Tommy Weatherby and Brody McPhee. They're going to team up here tonight. Camco Lucas looked good in the qualifier on May the 3rd. Left 2, sat 2 most of the way, and then rallied late, kicked home 28 and 4, and was a winner in the qualifier for Brody McPhee, 59 and 4. So comes off of that, and there's a good spot to work from here tonight. Brody's back on the bike. Camco Lucas is her choice in race number 2. Race number 3, Shane's Dream tonight. We're going to for Adam Murner. Adam does the training and the driving. Horse looked really good here last Saturday. Put on the point, and they went quick. 29, 57 and 2, 126 and 1. Sitting in the 2-hole was Halmack exclusive. He came out late, challenged Shane's Dream, and dig it up to collar him late. It was a real good race. Shane's Dream ended up second. 55 and 28 and 4 in the end of it. It was an excellent race to kick off the month of May for Shane's Dream. Second, looking to go one better tonight here. Good spot to work from again for Murner and Shane's Dream. So we're going with the 3 in race number 3. Race number 4, we're heading towards the 5. It's JK Express. Tonight, Jared Perot trains, Mark Campbell drives. 4 wins last year from 27 starts, 156 and 2, and dropping down here a little bit. Had raced as high as the 1551s last year. This comes off a qualifier and is a little bit lower here tonight. Mark Campbell on the JK Express. We're going to that horse in the 4th leg tonight. And to wrap it up, and I'll pick 5, we're going to the 6th, and that's Halmack exclusive. I just talked about him and Shane's Dream duking it out down the lane last week. This horse raced great. Pocket road for most of it, and then out late to win, 54 and 3, 28 and 1. absolutely flying on the end of it for Halmack exclusive. He did that from post 2, so he's got to work from post 6 tonight. He's looking to double up early here in the spring meet for Corey McPherson. Looks to have a big shot. We'll go with him here in race number 5. So I'm at 6-2, 3, 5, and 6. Kurt Hughes next door at 6-2, 3, 2, and 6. And the classifier 6-2, 3, 5, and 6. We are 10 minutes away from race number 1 at Red Shores.
Evening's first race on the track for Post Parade. Just Call Me Doc, number 1, owned by Douglas and David Neal, Keith Ford and Ben Matheson. Keith Ford trains and drives. 2, The Big Chase, owned by Ian and Kenneth McKinnon and Sonny McDougall of Nova Scotia, trained by Luke Burke, Corey McPherson. 3, Doc Darrell, Morgan Shepherd of Brackley, the owner-trainer, Colin Shepherd drives. 4, Legendary Ron, Nick Oakes, training and driving for owner Noah Oakes, Warren Grove. West Coast Kid, the 5, owned by Lynn McLaren, John McKenzie, and Colton Prophet, trained by Philip Kelly, Mark Bradley up. Brookdale Ollie 6, owned by Gary Ford of Stratford and Melinda Stead of Wheatley River, trained by Vaughn Doyle, Mark Campbell drives. Redland Sampson 7, owned by Roderick Gillis, Donnie Smith, Paul Hogan, and Troy Cudmore, trained by Cliff Murphy, driven by Kenny Murphy. 8 is Power of 4, David Dowling in the driver's seat tonight for owner-trainer Irwin Neal, Charlottetown. 9 is Stoney Curtis, owned by James and Jared Perot of Stratford. Jared is the trainer, driven by Adam Murner. 5 minutes to post time. You're watching Race Day live from Red Shores, Charlottetown. Peter McPhee is coming up next from the HBI broadcast desk.
Thanks very much, Vince. Great to be working with you here tonight in Charlottetown as we get set for 14. And we want to tell you about all the wagering options you have here at Red Shores. Race number 1 is the $2,000 guaranteed I'll pick 5, so still time to get in on that with 4 to go before race 1. Race number 5 is an early super high 5, and then the last 4 races, the $1,000 guaranteed late pick 4 here at Red Shores, and the last race is the late super high 5, all of those with the low 15% takeout as we get set for race number 1. Okay, like we said, getting set for the first here. Daily double, exactor, 20-cent super the try. The guaranteed 20-cent pick 5 as well. Win, place, and show. Tag your ticket if you're on track. Jackpot, $25. Here's the 6. It's Brookdale Ollie tonight for Gary Ford and Melinda Stead. They co-own Von Doyle Trains, and Mark Campbell is going to do the driving. Horse qualified here on the 29th. Left 5, finished 6, 2, 3, and 3, 29 and 1. And then came back out to race here on the 3rd. That non-winners of 1,001. Left 7. You can see was at the back early. Made a move middle part of the race, 4th at the top of the lane. And this horse was sprinting on the end of it, kicking home 28 and 3. He was 3rd to Proud of You today. And Mr. Matt Major, they were 1-2, but this guy storming on the end of it 3rd, just beating 3/4 of a length, charted 58 and 2. Minor drop tonight. A little bit of a better post. He's post 6, and Mark is back on the bike here on Brookdale Ollie, 4 to 5. So as we get underway tonight, the track is rated sloppy. We did have some rain here. Started early afternoon and carried on to about 4:30 or so before the qualifiers started, and it did let up, and it's starting to brighten up here just a little bit. But again, the qualifiers went off well. We had 3 earlier on, and now we're at a track rated sloppy with a 2-second variant as we start the racing here tonight. This is the big chase for Ian McKinnon and Kenneth McKinnon and Sonny McDougall. They all share the ownership. Luke Burke trains and Corey McPherson does the driving. 5 wins last year did the big chase have from 23 starts. The quickest was 1:58, and that was at Northside. And you can see he's back here in the island now, qualified on the 26th, was 4th there, and 59 and 4 for Corey. And then out last time in that 1,000, nominated 1,001, left 6, finished 7th, 2 minutes. 29 and 3. The good news is he moves inside, and this guy can usually scat off the wing, so I'm thinking Corey may have him in a good spot here tonight when they say go. So just based on the change from post 6 to post 2, we're going to put him in here. 5 to 1 in the big chase. There's the next door neighbor. It's Just Call Me Doc tonight for Douglas and David Neal and Keith Ford, Ben Matheson, all co-owners. Keith trains, and Keith will do the driving. He was issued the parking ticket last time out at the 701s, left 4, was out middle part of the mile, ended up 5th on the edges, 59, and closed it out in 30. So again, he's at the same level here, and he's tucked inside here tonight. I think he's going to get a nice trip here. He did have 3 wins last year, 58 and 4 the record. Like I said, he had a tough trip last week. He's in along the rail this week. I think Keith's going to have him tucked in here, and yeah, he's a good price. So I'm going to call for 3rd here with Just Call Me Doc. It's 17 to 1. We're under a minute to go here. Good luck with your picks in the opener from Red Shores. Okay, that's the call at the post for race number 1 tonight. Quick look at the odds. Just call me Doc's 8-1. Big Chase now at 7-2. Doc Darrell, Colin Shepard tonight 11-1. Legendary Ron for Nick Oakes from 4. West Coast Kid and Bradley are 5. Brookdale Ollie still a choice at 3-5. Then Redland Sampson taking some money. There he is with Kenny Murphy at 9-2. And Power of 4 coming off a real nice coast-to-coast win last week from post 8 tonight. David Dowling, Stoney Curtis, back tier here for Murner tonight from post 9. Getting close in the first at Red Shores. Okay, getting set for race number 1 from Red Shores in Charlottetown tonight as the horses swing in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Vance Cameron, we had a little bit of rain, but it's brightening up here in Charlottetown. I think we're going to be okay. Up to you for the opener.
Pete, the track is held up very nicely. Had a qualifier tonight in 56, and the Pete's come home 27 and change. That's the kind of track we've got. It's Justin Darage making his Charlottetown debut as the starter. Got a complete field here, 9 of them, 8 on the gate. One's a little late, and it's first race post time. There they go, and well off the gate leaving was Legendary Ron. Into the turn they go, led by the Big Chase. Second one, that is Doctor racing between horses as they swing to the opening 8 now. On the front end at the 8 pole, the Big Chase and McPherson from the outside. West Coast Kid is parked out. Right there in the pocket, third, Just Call Me Doc. Fourth on the cones, Brookdale Ollie racing from 5th. That is Stoney Curtis. Then in 6th is Redland Sampson. Doc Darrell goes 7th on the outside and racing from 8th as they go by that opening quarter mile. Power of 4 and up the rail Legendary Ron. A solid beginning, 28 and 2 was the opening quarter. And to make the lead, West Coast Kid and Mark Bradley. Racing from 2nd, a Big Chase. Then in 3rd, Doc Darrell coming out from 4th, Brookdale Ollie, and that flushed the cover of Just Call Me Doc. On the rail and racing from 5th, Stoney Curtis, Redland Sampson moving out. 3rd over 6th, Doc Darrell 7th. Power of 4 is 8th, trailing 9th. Legendary Ron, 58 and 1 was the opening half mile. They're rounding the paddock turn, arriving at 5/8, and Just Call Me Doc has taken over the lead. Second is West Coast Kid. Third on the outside, Brookdale Ollie at the rail 4th. That is the Big Chase. Coming up 5th on the outside, Redland Sampson squeezing out in the middle. That's the Big Chase. They go by 3/4. New leader late. That's Brookdale Ollie and Mark Campbell opening by 2 off of 3/4 of 1. 28 and 1, shade more than an eighth of a mile left to go. And the heavy favorite will lead them down the home stretch by 3 open lengths. That is Brookdale Ollie, Just Call Me Doc, West Coast Kid, Redland Sampson. Power of 4 way wide, but it's all Brookdale Ollie and Mark Campbell to open up a Saturday night. 4 of them across the track, and they're in a place picture. 1:58.4.
Okay, here's the slow-mo for race number 1 from Red Shores in Charlottetown tonight. We talked about him in the pre-race. He was really good. Last time out, left 7, made a huge kick late home in 28 and 3, and he just missed 3rd by 3/4 of a length. But Mark drove him great here tonight as we take you through it here. The Big Chase and Just Call Me Doc, they went back and forth early on. The 5 ended up getting the front. 1 went first here tonight, Just Call Me Doc, followed by Mark with Brookdale Ollie through 28 and 2 and 58 and 1. They went to the backside, a 3-wide tip here for the 6. Brookdale Ollie 1:28 and 1, and he was gone. Separation down the lane here, dropped a little bit off of last week, but he raced really well. Mark had him driven perfectly here tonight, up off the cover, and he said, see you later. 1:58 and 4. Brookdale, Ollie, and Campbell kicking it off at Red Shores.
Brookdale Ollie arriving at the first race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Gelding, he's 8 by Shadow Play from the Art Major Dam. Pulse Sealster on the Gary Ford of Stratford and Melinda Stead of Wheatley River, bred by James Kelly of Ilderton, Ontario. Trained by Von Doyle, Mark Campbell will guide him to victory tonight in 158 and 4. Brookdale Ollie delivers in the Saturday night opener at Charlottetown.
This race replay is brought to you by Symes Horse Transport. Based in Nova Scotia and with over 20 years of experience, Chucky Symes would welcome the opportunity to transport your horses when you need them moved. Operating 2 rigs, Symes Horse Transport offers safe, feasible, and timely trucking in Canada and the U.S. Symes Horse Transport is a commercially covered horse carrier. They also buy and sell horses. To book a stall and to get a quote, call or text 902-664-7086 or email st.symes@gmail.com. Good luck racing.
Here's the official results now in the first race. Just Call Me Doc finished 3rd. The Big Chase was 8th. Doc Darrell 6th. Legendary Ron was 9th. West Coast Kid 4th. Brookdale Aldi the winner. Redland Sampson was 5th. Power of 4 2nd. Stony Curtis finished 7th. The fractions were up in 28 and 2, 58 and 1, 128 and 1, and the mile 158 and 4. In review 386, 941, 527. Brookdale Ollie paid $250 to win. The exactor $77.80, triactor $372.50, superfecta $148.10. Lindale Mr. Mac will lead the second race on Post Parade, owned by David McDonald of Belfast, trained by Ashley Gamester. Jason Hughes drives. Camco Lucas 2, owned by Hal Smith of Pownell and Ian Smith of Stratford, trained by Tommy Weatherby, driven by Brody McPhee. 3 is Moonlight, owned by the ICU stable of Charlottetown. Kenny Arsenault trains and drives. 4, the Tulsa King, owned by Josh McDonald, Mike Dix, and Cam McDonald. Trained and driven by Mike McGuigan. 5, Jackie Pang, owned by Ian McKinnon of Glace Bay, Joel LeBlanc from Victoria Mines, Nova Scotia. The trainer-driver is Corey McPherson. 5 minutes to post time. Save the date for Gold Cup and Saucer 66. It's Saturday, August 16th. Peter has more details on the big race next.
Thanks very much, Vince. And yeah, really not that far away. We are in May now, but as we know, it comes up pretty quick. Like you mentioned, the Gold Cup and Saucer. The trials will all be in one day this year, Saturday, August the 9th, for all the trials. Post time on that day is 4 p.m. And then the following Saturday will be Gold Cup and Saucers, 66 presented by Atlantic Lottery. They'll go for $100,000 in the final. So mark it down on your calendar. Gold Cup and Saucers 66, August 16th, right here in Charlottetown. And there's how close it was for place and show in race number 1 tonight. You can see the 8 on the far outside there. Power of 4 getting up for second. And Just Call Me Doc was third in a real tight finish for second in race number 1. Okay, working on race number 2 with 4 to go here. Before race number 2, Exactor. There's no show wagering here. 20-cent super. The try as well, win, place, and show. And for the on-track players, tag your ticket. The jackpot, $25. Here's the 2. It's Camco Lucas for Hal Smith and Ian Smith. They're the co-owners. Tom Weatherby trains, and Brody McPhee gets the call. This horse looked good. The 3-year-old by Malicious in the qualifier here on May the 3rd. Left 2. Sat 2 most of the way, then rallied late for Brody. Stepped home in 28 and 4 to win in the qualifier for 59 and 4 trip. Last year had the 10 starts, 3 third-place finishes, and was third back on October the 19th. And that non-winners of 1, 59, 29, and 3. And then raced the Maritime Breeders on the 26th here in Charlottetown. Left 4, finished 5th in the edges, 59 and 2, 29 and 2. Comes off a good qualifier. Great spot to work from here tonight. Post 2 for Brody McPhee. Camco Lucas is the choice at 3 to 5. This is the 1, Lindale Mr. Mac for David McDonald of Belfast. Ashley Gamester trains. Jason Hughes will do the driving here tonight. And again, this horse at a qualifier on the 26th, left off the rail, 5th, 2-2, 29 and 2. And then out to race here last Saturday, opening day for the spring meet here. May the 3rd was on the rail for Mark Bradley, tucked in most of the way, ended up 3rd. Woodmere Rocket Man won it. Hawkish Deo up for 2nd, and Lindale Mr. Mac finished 3rd, 59 and 4, 29 and 2. He raced pretty good from the rail. He's back there again tonight with the driver change to Jason Hughes. You see them here on the screen, 7-2 on Lindale Mr. Mac. And this is the Tulsa King for Josh McDonald, Mike Dix, Cam McDonald. They all share ownership. Mike McGuigan trains and does the driving here. And this guy looked really good in the qualifier on the 29th off the rail. Mike zipped him out of there, and they went right down the highway. Were winners 2 minutes 28 and 3 in the qualifier. He looked real good. And if you look at his lines there from last year, at the end of last year, in the month of December there, you can see he really likes to be up front during the mile. He left post position 5 back on December 7th. Sat 2 was a good second. And then back on the 14th, again left 3, was cutting part of that mile, ended up 3rd, 2-3 and 2, 30 and 2 in December. So again, he's got some speed to his inside here tonight, but Mike's usually pretty aggressive off the wings. We'll see what he does here. But the Tulsa King, he likes to race it up front here. We'll see what happens. We like him for part of it here at 9-5. 2 to go before the 2nd at Red Shores. Okay, getting set for race number 2 tonight. Lindale Mr. Max on the rail here. It's Jason Hughes this week at 5-1. Camco Lucas took early money. And it's still the choice here for Brody McPhee. They're now at even money. Moonlight, that's Kenny Arsenault there in the middle here. Moonlight, the 3-year-old, they bet the moon here, 6-1. The Tulsa King for Mike McGuigan at 3-2. And Jackie Pang, that's Corey McPherson on the outside in this compact field of 5. Jackie Pang at 6-1. Good luck with your selections here as we get set for race number 2. Okay, getting set for race number 2 from Red Shores in Charlottetown this evening as the horses swinging behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Back upstairs to Vance Cameron for the race call.
One of those happy fields, Peter. Everybody's going to get a little purse money in here. Lining up. Maiden Faces, second race. Lindale, Mr. Mac, Camco, Lucas, Moonlight, the Tulsa King, and Jackie Pang. Top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. The rough and pacing, the Tulsa King leaving out. Camco Lucas between horses on the rail. Lindale, Mr. Mac will stack him up 3 high early. To get away fourth is Moonlight, then the trailer in fifth. Jackie Pang, they're 3 wide all around the turn. They're headed to the opening quarter. Here comes Camco Lucas to the front for Brody McPhee. Lindale, Mr. Mac will settle up second. Now in third, that's the Tulsa King. Fourth on the cones, Moonlight, trailing the field. Jackie Pang in fifth on past that opening quarter mile, led by Camco Lucas. In line to Brody McPhee, 29. And 3 was the front quarter. Lindale, Mr. Mac, second around the turn in mid-pack third. That's the Tulsa King. Fourth up the rail, Moonlight, and trailing fifth. Jackie Pang down the stretch they come, arriving next at the midway point, led by Camco Lucas. Here comes the Tulsa King now, rallying up on the outside to challenge for the lead. Third, that's Lindale, Mr. Mac. Moonlight fourth, and Jackie Pang fifth. 1 minute! 3 was the half. Midway around the paddock turn on top of the rail, Camco Lucas applying the pressure on the outside, the Tulsa King. Right there at the rail third, Lindale, Mr. Mac. Gapping in fourth is Moonlight. Going to the outside fifth is Jackie Pang. 3 quarters coming next. Camco Lucas will get them there. From the outside, that's the Tulsa King. Lindale, Mr. Mac, right there on the cones third. 3 quarters in 90 seconds flat. Down to 1/8 of a mile left to go. Camco Lucas trying to see it all the way. Lindale, Mr. Mac along the rail. On the outside, the Tulsa King. They're in deep stretch now. And here's Camco Lucas for Brody McPhee. Second, the Tulsa King. Lindale, Mr. Mac third. Time for the mile in 1:59.2.
Okay, here's the slow-mo for race number 2 from Red Shores in Charlottetown tonight, brought to you by Universal Media. Camco Lucas, we said he raced really well in the qualifier, 59 and 4, 28 and 4 for Brody. So Brody decides he's going to spring the wings here tonight along with Lindale, Mr. Mack, and the Tulsa King. They battle around the first turn. Brody, though, gets front through 29 and 3, 1 minute 3. Then the Tulsa King and McGuigan, they come at him at the half, and they are stride for stride up the backside, but only the Tulsa King could get to the wheel of Camco Lucas through 130. And down the stretch they come here now as the 2 rebuffs the 4 late. And Brody's got it here with Camco Lucas getting it done. Gate to wire, 159 and 2 in race number 2.
Here comes Camco Lucas to the second race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Gelding, he's 3 years, the son of Malicious from the Stonebridge Terror Dam. Camco Terra, owned by Hal Smith of Ponnell and Ian Smith of Stratford, bred by Blair Campbell of Darlington. Trained by Tommy Weatherby, Brody McPhee will guide the colt to a maiden record tonight of 159 and 2. Camco Lucas in the second.
Windermere Farms is proud to announce its 2025 stallion lineup, featuring some of the top pacing and trotting sires in Atlantic Canada. This year's roster includes Malicious, Keystone Velocity, Muscle Through It, Somewhere Fancy, and Carouser. A special shout out to Malicious, the proven champion sire, whose offspring have earned over $4.3 million and continue to dominate tracks across the Maritimes. Plus, Somewhere Fancy's first crop is set to hit the track in 2025, and the excitement is just getting started. Windermere Farms, where Atlantic Canada's champion stallions call home.
Here's the official results now from the second race. Lindale, Mr. Mack, third. Camco Lucas, the winner. Moonlight, fourth. The Tulsa King was second. Jackie Pang finished fifth. Fractions 29 and 3, 1 minute 3. 130 and the mile 159 and 2. In review 31425. Camco Lucas paid 270 to win. The Exactor 840, Triactor 1040, Superfecta 295, Early Daily Double 440. Would be a Rocket Man on the third race parade, owned by Daniel Ross of Vernon Bridge. Joe Barrio trains and drives. 2 DJ Mustang, owned by Brady Doyle of Stratford, Dan Belleville of Halifax, Nova Scotia, trained by Landon Campbell, Mark Campbell up. 3 Shane's Dream, owned by Blair and Carl Hansen, Isaac Skierman, and Shane Essen, trained and driven by Adam Burner. 4 Louis the Great, owned by Leith Wade of Summerside, Leslie Wade of Charlottetown. Leslie is the trainer, Corey McPherson driving. 5 Abiding Art, owned by Jack and Brendan Melanson from Stanley Bridge, trained and driven by Kenny Arsenault. 6 is Woodmere Sinatra, owned by Jeff Bob Skinner and Daniel Hiltz of Nova Scotia, trained by Jennifer Doyle, driven by David Daly. 7 is Prince Malicious, owned by Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge, trained by Ashley Gamester. That's Jason Hughes. 5 minutes to post time. The Atlantic Classic sale is scheduled for Friday, October 10th at the Crapo Exhibition Grounds with an 11:30 a.m. start time.
You got advance entries open from May 1st to the 31st for the Atlantic Classic Sale 2025. You can enter consignment online at peiharnessracing.ca or by phone at 902-569-1682. Visit atlantic-classic.com for sale preview, online sale catalog, pedigree links, and sale results. Okay, working on race number 3 from Red Shores tonight. Exactor, the 20-cent super, the try as well. Win, place, and show. Tag your ticket for the Wild Horses. On-track players, jackpot $25. Here's Shane's Dream for Blair and Carl Hansick, Isaac Skierman, Shane Essen. They all share the ownership. Adam Murner trains and does the driving. Had a good year last year to Shane's Dream. 10 for 22, 3 wins, 56-1. Right here at Red Shores, he had a qualifier in the 26th where he was a going-away winner in 57, and he was out to race last week here, May 3rd, off the rail, and he was pointed early. He cut some quick fractions, 29, 57-2, 126-1, and he was just collared in the stretch. He finished second, 55, 28-4. He raced very well last time out. Post 3 this week, and I think you'll see him up near the action again this week. Shane's Dream looking to go one better this time, 9-5. Okay, here's the one, Woodmere Rocket Man tonight for Danny Ross of Vernon Bridge. Gilberto is the trainer and the driver. 3 starts last year, and he had 3 second-place finishes. He raced really well. He was second in the Maritime Breeders there, October the 26th. Raced really well there, 58-4, 27-4 to Rosetown Eclipse. And a little further down, you can see he raced the Grassroots in the Joe O'Brien on October 5th there, second to Bentley, 2 minutes 28-1. So he had a real good 2-year-old campaign. Lightly raced, just 3 starts. He was back at the qualifier on the 29th where he zipped off the wings and scored in 2-2 and 3. And then he raced really well here last Saturday night. That non-winners of 1 where Joe put him on the point and he rolled him right down the road in 58-2, 28-3 on the end of it. So again, he's in a good spot here tonight. He does have a little bit of speed with the 3-horse Shane's Dream, but I think this guy's going to be well positioned. He's got a big shot again. Woodmere Rocket Man, 3-5. Okay, if you don't want to play the favorites, how about the 4 here? Louis the Great for Leith Waite and Leslie Waite. They are the owners Leslie is the trainer. Corey McPherson is the driver. He's driven a lot of nice weight horses over the years. He got Louis the Great this time. This guy had been racing the Ontario circuit. He'd been in Woodbine and Flamborough and London as part of the Prospect Series. He then came to Charlottetown, PEI, and had the qualifier in Summerside on the 28th. Raced well, second, 2-1-4, 29-1, and then out to race last time out here in Charlottetown on May the 3rd. Sat 3 most of the way. Did rally late, though. Kicked home in a good 27-2. Was second to Here on Earth, but this horse raced well. 27-2 for a charted trip of 58-3. So, moves out to post 4 this week, and I like him for part of the ticket here. Going to put him in here at good odds, 11-1 on Louis the Great as we get set for race number 3. Okay, getting set for race number 3 from Redshores in Charlottetown tonight as the horses swinging behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Vance, we got a special birthday tonight. It's a guy in this race, Kenny Arsenault. I got a note here tonight, Vance. Kenny celebrating his 65th birthday tomorrow, and that's a birthday he now shares with his granddaughter, Azalea. So happy birthday to Kenny and Azalea. Vance, that's a special one.
Congratulations all around to one of the super guys of the game, Kenny Arsenault. Lining up here in the 3rd, Woodmere Rocket Man, DJ Mustang, Shane's Dream, Louis the Great, Abiding Art, Woodmere Sinatra, Prince Malicious, top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing along the rail, Woodmere Rocket Man will gonna lead them out. Second into the turn, DJ Mustang. Third one, that is Shane's Dream to get away 4th on the rail. Louis the Great away 5th, that's Abiding Art. 6th, Woodmere Sinatra, and the trailer Prince Malicious. They're in programmed order, 1 through 7, as they race the backstretch, and they're strung out, and Shane's Dream is fancy stepping and on the run there, going to the opening quarter mile. Up front, the leader, Woodmere Rocket Man for Gilberto by 2. DJ Mustang is second, Shane's Dream racing from third. Then the fourth one around the turn is Louis the Great, racing from fifth, Abiding Art. Sixth is a Woodmere Sinatra and the trailer, Prince Malicious, 29 and 2 the opening quarter, and down the stretch they come, and they're led to the half by Woodmere Rocket Man. Second, DJ Mustang. Third, that's Louis the Great. Then in fourth, at the rail, Abiding Art. On the outside, Shane's Dream. Fifth. Sixth, Woodmere Sinatra. And seventh, Prince Malicious. 58 and 3 was the half. They're arriving at 5/8 next. Woodmere Rocket Man getting them there. Two-hole ride, DJ Mustang. Louis the Great goes up the backstretch third. Abiding Art fourth. Then in fifth, it's Woodmere Sinatra. Prince Malicious sixth. Now the trailer, Shane's Dream. 3/4 they arrive there, led by Woodmere Rocket Man. DJ Mustang to the outside to challenge. Right there at the rail third. Louis the Great, the 3/4 in 1:29 flat. And they're homeward bound. Woodmere Rocket Man trying to take them all the way. Louis the Great up the inside. DJ Mustang on the outside. Deep stretch now. Woodmere Rocket Man all the way for Berrio. DJ Mustang second. Louis the Great third. Time for the mile in 1:57.3.
Okay, here's the slow-mo for race number 3 from Red Shores in Charlottetown. He looked good last week where he scored by 7 and change in 58 and 2, 28 and 3. Well, Berrio says, I'm going to put Woodmere Rocket Man on the front here again tonight, and he does through 29 and 2. DJ Mustang and Change Dream were 2-3 at that point. 58 and 3, still the boss, Woodmere Rocket Man. Change Dream, Steppy didn't have it tonight. They went to the backside. DJ Mustang comes out and takes a shot, but no, can't get around through 1:29. The 4 slipping down the passing lane. Louis the Great, they're taking shots all the way at Woodmere Rocket Man, but no way. He rebuffs them all, and he's going to win again. 1:57 and 3. Woodmere Rocket Man, he was good last week and good again this week. Make it 2 in a row at Red Shores. Berrio and Woodmere Rocket Man in the winner's circle next.
Woodmere Rocket Man arriving at the third race winner's circle. Pacing gelding 3 years by Bet the Moon from the Western Ideal Dam Wild Ride Hanover, owned by Dan Ross of Vernon Bridge, bred by Woodmere Farms in Marshfield. Gilberto trains and drives, and the Hall of Famer drives the colt on top at every call to a new record of 1:57 and 3. Woodmere Rocket Man wires the third.
This race replay is brought to you by All Star Cresting, specializing in embroidery, screen print, promotional products, and on-site cresting featuring the newest technology, and one of the largest embroidery and screen printing departments in Atlantic Canada. For all your clothing and merchandise needs, email sales@allstarcresting.ca. At All Star Cresting, we got you covered.
Now the official results from the third race: Woodmere Rocket Man, the winner. DJ Mustang was second. Shane's Dream, seventh. Louis the Great, third. Abiding Art, fifth. Woodmere Sinatra finished fourth. Prince Malicious was sixth. Fractions up in 29 and 2, 58 and 3, 129, and the mile 157 and 3. In review, 127, 35, 46. Woodmere Rocket Man, 340 to win. Exactor 2710, Triactor 100, 1110, Superfecta $52. Ladies and gentlemen, the racing officials will upgrade the track condition and the variant. The track condition will be listed now as good. There is a 1-second variant.
Okay, welcome back to the top of the park here in Charlottetown tonight as we get set for race number 4. We'll get to the picks in just a moment. First of all, I want to tell you about the 2025 Gold Cup Ambassadors. Red Shores is now accepting applications for Gold Cup and Saucer Ambassadors. Since 1961, the Gold Cup Ambassadors have been representing world-class horses during Old Home Week. This is an event-based position that will allow successful applicants the chance to meet lots of new people, develop skills, and be part of a fun and energetic team. If you're interested in applying, please visit Career Beacon and search Gold Cup Ambassador. The application deadline is May the 14th. As we look at the picks here for race number 4, I'm heading towards the 5 in here. Kurt Hughes with post-time picks likes the 2, and Classifier with the 5 as well. Post parade for the 4th coming up next.
Fourth race on Post Parade. Havarti, number 1, is owned by Chantal Langell of Lower Onslow, Nova Scotia. Paul Langell trains and drives. 2, Moonrider, owned by Debbie Element from Barraquois, Quebec. Keith Ford, trainer-driver. George's Credit 3, Mark Bradley driving for owner-trainer Philip Kelly, North Wiltshire. 4, Pineapple Express, owned, trained, and driven by Willie McKay of Port Alvin. 5 is JK Express, owned by James Perot of Stratford, trained by Jared Perot, Mark Campbell. Love Matters Most, number 6, owned by Rebecca May Horton, Blair McLaughlin, Jeff Lilly, trained by Jeff Lilly, driven by Jacob Sweet. 5 minutes to post time. Just a friendly reminder for fans and customers, Red Shores Super High 5 with a low 15% takeout comes up on race numbers 5 and 14 this evening.
Yeah, thanks very much, Vance. Race number 5 and 14 this evening for the Red Shores Super High 5. And Vance and I will be along with our selections for race number 5. But working on the 4th here right now. Exactor, 20-cent Super, the try as well. Win, place, and show. Tag your ticket with the Wild Horses, jackpot $25. And the track has been upgraded to good. It was sloppy, the 2-second variant to begin tonight, but now the judges have upgraded the track to good with a 1-second variant for race number 4. Here is the 5 JK Express for James Perot of Stratford. Jared Perot trains. Mark Campbell gets the call. 4 wins from 27 starts last year. 56-2 was the record at Red Shores in Charlottetown. If you go down the lines, you can see this guy raced pretty high up the ladder. He was at the 15-51s back in November there. 3rd, 57 and 4, and then again raced the 15-65 level back in November there. 6, 2 minutes, 2 fifths, 29 and 3. So racing some pretty nice horses at those levels. He comes out of the qualifier here on the 26th, left 2, finished 4th in 59 flat, 28 and 2 on the end of it. Jason Hughes in the bike for the qualifier. Mark Campbell gets the call tonight. Horses down to the 401 level. JK Express 7-5. Here's the 2 Moonrider tonight for W Element, who is the owner. Keith Ford is the trainer, and Keith is going to do the driving as well. 3 wins from 35 starts last year. 56 was the record here in Charlottetown. Qualified on the 26th, and then out to race here on May the 3rd. Left 5, and again was on the outside for a long way. 3rd at the top of the lane, ended up 5th on the edges. 2 minutes, 3 fifths, closed it out in 31 and 2. So a good spot to work from. Moves from post 5 to post 2 here tonight. And yes, taking some late money here is Moonrider, who is now the choice for Keith Ford here. 6-5. Here's the 1 Havarti for Chantal Langell of Lower Onslow, Nova Scotia. Paul Langell is the driver, and Paul is the trainer as well. 2 wins last year for Havarti. 57 was the record rate here in Charlottetown. If you go down the lines, you can see the horse was a winner back in October of 2024 here in Charlottetown, off the rail, right down the road for Paul in 58, closed it out in 29 and 2, and had been as high as that 10:51 level here in Charlottetown. If you go back to November there of 2024, raced the 10:51s here. 2nd, left 2, finished 5th, 59 and 3, 29 and 1. Did have a qualifier in Truro, and now makes the move to PEI, gets the rail, and as we go along here, we're seeing different favorites as the odds change with 2 to go here. It is now Havarti, the slight choice, 6-5 on the rail for Paul Langell. Okay, getting set for race number 4, and this is a good betting race. We have another favorite here as we get closer to race number 4. Havarti on the rail here. That's Paul Langell. 3-1 now. Moonrider Keith Ford at 5-1. George's Credit, we just saw a shot of him and Bradley. They're from post 3 tonight. Pineapple Express. William McKay from post 4. JK Express tonight for Mark Campbell. And the favorite now is Love Matters Most for Jacob Sweet here. The 4-year-old by Proven Lover, 4 wins from 24 starts last year and a record of 56 taken at Red Shores and Summerside. And I think he's the 4th different favorite here as we get set to go 4-5 on Love Matters Most. Good betting race here. Good luck with your picks. We're getting close in the 4th. Okay, getting set for race number 4 from Red Shores in Charlottetown tonight as the horses swinging behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Back upstairs to Vance Cameron for the call.
Havarti, Moonrider, George's Credit, Pineapple Express, JK Express, Love Matters Most. Have a dozen lining up here in the 4th. Top of the stretch. Fourth race. Ready for start. Ruffin pacing along the rail. Havarti leaves out. Moonrider is second. Third one to the turn. George's Credit. Pineapple Express fourth. Fifth is JK Express. Love Matters Most will be sixth. It's another programmed order start on this Saturday night at Charlottetown. Havarti and Paul Langell on the lead going to the opening quarter. Second up the rail, that's Moonrider. Then in third with the leaders, George's Credit. Back into fourth, that is Pineapple Express. JK Express has fifth and the trailer sixth. Love Matters Most on by that first quarter mile, 30 seconds flat the time. Havarti having her own way on the front end. Racing second is Moonrider. George's Credit continues third, still that gap to fourth. Pineapple Express there. JK Express races from fifth, and the trailer, that is Love Matters Most, down the stretch, straight alignment as they arrive at the midway point. Havarti halfway home. Moonrider second, George's Credit third. Pineapple Express fourth, JK Express fifth, and trailing sixth, Love Matters Most. 1 minute and 3 was the opening half mile. Around the turn they go, approaching on the 5/8 pole, the leader, Havarti. Moonrider is second, JK Express coming third. Fourth, that is George's Credit. Then in fifth, that is Pineapple Express. The trailer, Love Matters Most, will have a new leader at 3/4, and JK Express pounces on the lead late for Campbell. Moving up second is Moonrider. Havarti third, George's Credit fourth. 3/4 in 1:31 and 3 with an 8 left to go. JK Express to turn home. Moonrider is second. Havarti in third. George's Credit fourth. They're in deep stretch now. JK Express. Moonrider is coming late on the outside. Here's the line. Moonrider gets it for Bim Ford. Second is JK Express. Havarti will finish third in 2 minutes 3/5.
Okay, bang, bang finish here in race number 4, right at the wire. And a nice win for Moonrider. We'll take you through it here. The Red Shores replay brought to you by Universum Media. Here early on, Havarti gets to cut at 30 seconds. 1 minute 3. First up move from JK Express. And wow, did he zip by them past the 3/4? It looked like he might win through 1:31 and 3, but no way. Moonrider makes a late bid here down the stretch. You can see Mark is looking over with JK Express because the two Moonriders going to time it perfectly here. He is absolutely flying. on the outside here, and he's going to reach up and collar JK Express deep in the lane here now. Moonrider times it perfectly here for Keith Ford. They're going to win 2 minutes and 3/5. They get the job done. JK Express is second. Havarti is third. 2-5-1. What a finish in race number 4 at Red Shores.
The veteran pacer Moonriders in the fourth race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Stallion, the 13-year-old son of sports writer of the Rustler Hanover Dam, Carolina Moon, owned by Debbie Element from Barraquois, Quebec, bred by David Heffering from Ontario. Keith Ford training and driving the horse to his 49th lifetime victory. Tonight, 2 minutes and 3/5. Moonrider in the fourth.
This race replay is brought to you by Sintrack Print and Graphic. Here they come, and it's Sintrack for the win with exceptional print products, exceptional graphic design services, and exceptional value. Sintrack Print and Graphics, 902-892-7719.
Here's the official results in race 4. Havarti third. Moonrider the winner. George's Credit sixth. Pineapple Express was fifth. JK Express finished second. Love Matters Most was fourth. Fractions of 30, 1 minute 3. 1:31 and 3. The mile in 2 minutes and 3/5. In review 316, 524. Moonrider paid $870. The exactor $13.90, triactor $32.90, and the superfecta was $9.99.
Okay, welcome back to the top of the park here in Charlottetown. Tonight I'm your host, Peter McPhee. We'll get to the picks in just a moment here for race number 5. First of all, I want to tell you about the McDonald Family Pace. The McDonald Family Pace is scheduled for Friday, August 8th at Red Shores, Charlottetown. The race is open to 2-year-old pacing fillies that are 100% owned by PEI residents at the time of nomination, declaration, and for the duration of the event, and that are not maritime sired and not maritime foaled. The nomination fee is $100 and due Thursday, May 29th. 2025. As we get a look at the picks here, as the horses are heading out here. I do like the 6. Boy, I'm going to a long shot in Freight Air here for second, and the 7, Like a King, for third. A couple of long shots for me, 6-3-7. Kurt Hughes in the middle here with 6-7-4. Post-time picks classifier along the bottom at 6, 4, and 5. Post parade for the 5th next.
Marley's Boy on the 5th race parade wears 1, owned by Wade Piccone of Stanchel, trained by Earl Watts. Harold Shepard drives. 2, Fill My Beer, owned by Brady Doyle, Ryan McLeod, Kent McDonald, and Brent Campbell, trained by Lyndon Campbell and Mark Campbell driving. 3, Freight Air, owned by Alex McPhee of Clyde River, trained by Neil Bambrick, Brody McPhee up. 4, Roll Your Coin, owned by Tom Hollis and Wayne Burley of Truro, Nova Scotia, trained by Stephen Quinn. Jason Hughes drives. 5 is Max Patrick. Miles Heffernan Sr. drives for owner-trainer Alan Gregory, Charlottetown. Hamac Exclusive 6, owned by Leith and Leslie Wade, and Jimmy Gorman, trained by Leslie Wade. Corey McPherson aboard. Like a King 7, owned by Jennifer Ritchie of Kingston, New Brunswick, trained by Jennifer Doyle, driven by David Dowling. 8, Majestic Mason, owned by Stephen Downey of Quizpam Sis, New Brunswick, trained by Rick Armstrong. Kenny Murphy drives. 9, Freeman's Legacy, owned by Mackenzie Arsenault of Alberton. Jacob Sweet trains and drives. 4 minutes to post time. Peter, you and I are coming up with our selections in the first Super High 5 on this Saturday night. We thank Results Marketing and Advertising and their continued presentation of the Vance Cam. And here in the 5th, like the tote board states, I'm on to the 6 off that awesome trip his last time around. Hamac Exclusive, just a powering effort of 54-3 to stop the clock to a new record. I'm going to go right next door to another newcomer to Charlottetown. That's Max Patrick. He raced well for Alan Gregory last time around, pacing in 56-1. I like 2, Fill My Beer, out of the Campbell barn. I'll use the 7, Like a King, and I'll close it out with the 9, Freeman's Legacy. My Super High 5, 6, 5, 2, 7, 9. Peter, your choices.
Yeah, I'm with you on Hamac Exclusive. Hard to go against him, Vance, after pocket riding last week and then zipping home there in 28-1 for the win and 54-3. So, yeah, I'm going to put him on top. I'm going to a long shot here, Vance. Freight Air for second for Brody McPhee. This guy can usually spring the wing, so I think maybe he's going to be in a good spot once they say go here tonight. For third, I have Like a King, and then I'm going to round it out with Roll Your Coin and Max Patrick. So you can see our selections there. I'm at 6, 3, 7, 4, 5. Vance next door at 6, 5, 2, 7, and 9. Good luck with your Super High 5 tickets in race number 5. Okay, getting set for race number 5 and the Super High Fiver. This is the early Super High Five. We also have a late one on race number 14 tonight. So, quick look at the odds before we go. Marley's Boy on the rail here for Harold Shepard. Fill My Beer, that's Mark Campbell. They'll be post 2. Mark already has a win tonight, so he's looking for the double. Freight Air and Brody McPhee there from 3. Roll Your Coin and Hughes are 4. Max Patrick and Heffernan, they're 5. Helmack exclusive, taking most of the money here for Corey McPherson off the big trip last week. Lake King for Dowling at 15-1, and then Majestic Mason for Kenny Murphy post 8. In the back tier is Freeman's Legacy and Jacob Sweet. That's how the line up here in the 5th. Good luck with your picks. Okay, getting set for race number 5 from Redshores in Charlottetown this evening. Horses are lining up behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Early Super High Five. Vance Cameron, up to you for the call.
Marley's Boy, Fill My Beer, Freight Air, Roll Your Coin, Max Patrick. Almac exclusive, Like a King and Majestic Mason up front. In back the trailer, Freeman's Legacy. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Up and pacing Halmack exclusive, firing out. Fill My Beer at the rail between horses. Freight Air 3rd. Coming 4th on the outside, Like a King to get away 5th at the rail. Marley's Boy. Then in 6th, Freeman's Legacy. 7th, that on the inside, Roll Your Coin. Then in 8th, that is Max Patrick. And the trailer 9th is Majestic Mason. On the back stretch of the opening quarter mile, led by Halmack exclusive for Corey McPherson. The 1-9 chalk right on the engine. Second, that's Freight Air. Like a King could not find the rail. He's on the move on the outside here with Dowling. 28 and 4 opened it up. Here comes Like a King to take over the lead at the 3/8. Halmack exclusive now second. Freight Air 3rd. Then in 4th, that's Fill My Beer. Marley's Boys in 5th. Freeman's Legacy 6th. Roll Your Coin is 7th. Underway on the outside 8th is Max Patrick. And trailing 9th is Majestic Mason. Halfway home in the first Super High Five on the night. And Like a King made the lead for David Dowling, but he paid the price. 57-3 was the half mile, with a little more than 3/8 to go. Like a King, the leader. Second is Halmack exclusive. Freight Air on the outside 3rd. 4th on the cones is Fill My Beer on the outside 5th. Marley's Boy. Freeman's Legacy up the inside 6th. Then in 7th, Max Patrick. Roll Your Coin is 8th. And the trailer is Majestic Mason. 3/4 completed. And Like a King got them there in 1, 28-3. You got a soft third quarter tonight, just 31 seconds, eighth of a mile out, and like a king, trying to close it out. The 1-9 chalk has work to do, and no time to do it here. Deep in the stretch, it's like a king for David Dowling to win. Tight for the deuce. Fill My Beer is in the place picture with Halmack exclusive. The mile was 157-3.
Okay, here's the slow-mo for race number 5 from Red Shores in Charlottetown tonight, brought to you by Universal Media. Had a good year last year. Did Like a King, the 3-year-old by Arthur Blue Chip, 10 starts. He was 7 for 10 in top threes. He did have 4 wins, 58 and 2 over Woodstock. And David was deciding whether he should tuck into the 4-hole or keep going here tonight, and he decided to keep going, and he circled up right on by the 6 Almac exclusive, 28 and 4, and he motored right on through 57 and 3. That's pretty quick here. Track off a second. Had a lot of rain here today. Big half, 128 and 3 was still there. Halmack exclusive was sitting 2, trying to reel him in late, but no. He's gone down the stretch here after the early move, and he is able to set them all behind him here. 157 and 3. Tip your hat to him. Post 7 and all. He gets it done in race number 5. Lake of King and Dowling in the winner's circle next.
Here comes Like a King to the 5th race winner's circle, bay facing call 3 by Arthur Blue Chip. Off the well-said dam, Twin B, 'Cause I Said So. Homebred of Jennifer Ritchie of Kingston, New Brunswick, trained by Jennifer Doyle, and David Dowling picks up the winning drive. The miles in 157 and 3. New pacing record, Like a King in the Super High 5.
This race replay is brought to you by the new 1888 Lounge at Red Shores. The 1888 Lounge is perfect for your corporate meetings, parties, or presentations. Contact Rebecca in our Sales and Events Division for more information on the new 1888 Lounge upper level at Red Shores.
Now the official results in race 5, Marley's Boy was 8th. Fill My Beer 2nd. Freight Air 6th. Roll Your Coin 7th. Max Patrick 5th. Almac Exclusive 3rd. Like a King, the race winner. Majestic Mason was 9th. Freeman's Legacy finished 4th. Fractions went 28 and 4, 57 and 3, 128 and 3, and the Mild in 157 and 3. From the top, your program reads 826 753 194. Like a King paid 22.30 on the nose. The Exactor 108.70. The Triactor $315. Super High 5 at 172.17.
Okay, welcome back to the HPI broadcast desk here in Charlottetown tonight. I'm your host, Peter McPhee. Vance Cameron, he's in the booth calling all the action. We'll get to the picks here in race number 6 in just a moment. First of all, I want to tell you about HPI Bet and get points in all Woodbine Racing. Red Shores is proud to present HPI PEI players an exciting new offer for 2025. When you wager on Woodbine Standardbred and Thoroughbred, customers can earn valuable HPI points. Sign up for free at hpibet.com to take advantage of member offers and privileges today. Play the horses with HPI Bet and Red Shores. So we get a look at the picks here before the post parade in the 6th. I'm heading towards the 3 Moonfall in here with the 2 in the 6th. Post time picks, that's Kurt Hughes. He's 6, 2, and 3. Classifier along the bottom at 3, 6, and 2. Horses on the way for post parade next.
Red Eye de Shanghai leads the 6 days post parade. Wade Myers of Charlottetown owns, trains, and drives. Huntsville Made 2, owned by Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes. Moonfall 3, owned by Hal Smith of Pownell and Ian Smith of Stratford, trained by Tom Weatherby, Brody McPhee up. 4 is Redland Extinguisher, owned by Peter Smith of Stratford and Gerald Morsey of Charlottetown, Kenny Arsenault training and driving. MJ Ray, number 5, owned by William Andrew, Mark Ramsey, and the Kickin' Horse Stable for trainer-driver Corey McPherson. 6 is Hockey's Dale, owned by Timberley Standardbreds of Alberton. Jacob Sweet trains and drives. 4 minutes to post time, just 4. Ladies and gentlemen, the management and staff with Red Shores and the PEI harness racing industry would like to pay tribute to a member of our community who passed away since our last racing program. Our condolences to the family and friends of the late Caitlin Keenan. Ladies and gentlemen, we ask you to please rise, if you are able, for a moment of silence. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, getting ready for race number 6, and there's the place photo for the 5th. Thank you to the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission for the photo, and it was tight for the place as the 2, Fill My Beer, gets up to nip the 6. Halmack exclusive for the deuce in race number 5. Okay, like I said, working on the 6th here tonight at Red Shores. Exactor 20-cent super as well, a tri-actor. Win, place, and show. Take your ticket with the Wild Horses. Jackpot $25 for the on-track players. Here's Moonfall for Hal Smith and Ian Smith. They're the co-owners. Tom Weatherby trains and Brody McPhee, who already has a win tonight. He'll drive Moonfall here. Last year, 11 starts, 2 second-place finishes, and 3 third-place finishes. Comes off a qualifier in Charlottetown here on May the 3rd. Left off the rail, tracked most of the way, 4th, 2-1-1. And closed it out in 28-3. Go down the lines, you can see last fall in September here in Charlottetown, P.I. Colt Stakes in the grassroots. This horse left from 2 and finished second for Brody here, 2 minutes and 2/5, closing it out in 30-2. And then in Charlottetown in October, in the Atlantic Breeders' Crown in the Consolation, left 6, finished 4th, 59, closed it out in 30. So, as we said, back off the qualifier on May 3rd, into race tonight. Good spot to work from Brody, looking for the double here. Even money on Moonfall. This is the 2, Huntsville Made for Donnie McRae of Vernon Bridge. Austin Gamester trains. Jason Hughes will do the driving on Huntsville Made. We look at the lines last year. In August of last year, that non-winners of 1 raced here. Charlottetown left 2, finished 3rd, 2-1-1, 29 on the end of it. And then on the 14th, raced the Colt Stakes in the grassroots. Left 3, first up, finished 5th, 2-1, 30-3. And then at a qualifier here on the 29th, 2-4 with a 28-2 closer. Out to race last week in that non-winners of 1 here. Left 5, and you can see interfered with early on, ended up 4th. 2 minutes and 1/5. It did close out in 28-4. So I'm thinking here if Jason can keep Huntsville May close, she does show that she can close out. As we saw in the qualifier, 28-2, and then last week, 28-4. Post 2, 3-2. Here's Hawkish Deo for Timberley Standardbreds of Alberton. Jacob Sweet trains, and Jacob's going to do the driving on the 4-year-old by McWicked. You see, he had a qualifier in Summerside on the 28th, 3rd in the qualifier for Jacob, 2-3-1, 29-3. And then last week, Charlottetown here, the non-winners of 1. The horse raced pretty well, left 2, tracked all the way in the 3-hole, and actually rallied up late to finish 2nd. Woodmere Rocket Man, he won it, and he's already come back to win tonight. Woodmere Rocket Man won the last race Hawkish Deo was in, and Hawkish Deo did rally up for 2nd, 29 in the end of it, 59-4 in Charlottetown in that first start of her career. And you can see here, it's a good one. So post 6 here tonight, and I'm going to put her in here just based off of that last start. Hawkish Deo at 5-1. Good luck with your picks in the 6th. Metro Home Building Center starting gate rolling here for race number 6 from Red Shores in Charlottetown tonight. Let's go back upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron for the race call.
Red-Eyed Shanghai, Huntsville Made Moonfall, Redland Extinguisher, MJ Ray, Hockey's Dale, top of the stretch. Approaching a start. Rough and pacing, the inside trio leave out. Red-Eyed is Shanghai along the rail. Huntsville Made, Moonfall, third one to the turn to get away fourth. Redland Extinguisher, fifth is MJ Ray, and the trailer, that is Hockey Jadeo. As they arrive at the 8th, there goes Huntsville Made, and the Blue Knight Hughes up to take over the lead. The long shot early leader is settled in for the 2-hole ride. That's Red-Eyed is Shanghai. Racing from third is Moonfall, fourth. On the inside, Redland Extinguisher. Then in fifth is MJ Ray, followed by the trailer, who is Hockey Jadeo. The quarter mile was 30, and 3 Huntsville Made, clear by 4, arriving at 3/8. Red-Eyed is Shanghai is second. Racing third is Moonfall, then Redland Extinguisher coming out of the turn in fourth. Fifth is MJ Ray, and the trailer, Hockey's Deo 6. They're at the midway point next, and Huntsville Made halfway home. Second, Red-Eyed is Shanghai, up with the leaders. Third, that's Moonfall, well off them in fourth. On the inside, Redland Extinguisher. Hockey's Deo underway to pick up fifth, and now the trailer, MJ Ray, 101 and 4 was the opening half mile. So the Blue Knight has his own way on the front end, and he's aboard. Huntsville Made taking him over to 3/4 next. Red-Eyed is Shanghai. Can't stick with the leaders right now. Going to the outside from third, that's Moonfall. Fourth is Redland Extinguisher. From the outside, fifth is Hockey's Deo, and the trailer, MJ Ray, the 3/4 in 1, 32 and 1. They arrive at the 7/8, and a 5-length advantage for Huntsville Made turning for home. Red-Eyed is Shanghai. Fancy stepping in second. Moonfall up the rail third. But it's all Huntsville Made, and the Blue Knight Hughes on the line all alone. Second, that'll go to Red-Eyed to Shanghai. Closing up in a show photo, Redland Extinguisher right alongside Moonfall, 201 and a 3.
Okay, here's a slow-mo for race number 6 from Red Shores in Charlottetown, brought to you by Universal Media. Huntsville Made, we talked about how she could really close in 28 and 2 and 28 and 4. She really showed no speed on the front end here, but tonight the Blue Knight says, no way, we're going to front this all the way with Huntsville Made, 30 and 3. At that point, Red-Eyed to Shanghai was second and Moonfall third. The half was 101 and 4, still in complete control. Huntsville Made to the backside in separation time, 132 and 1. Really no challengers down the lane here now. Blue Knight sitting chilly. He's got it locked up here. Huntsville Made the front and said, I'm going all the way right down the Red Shores Highway. 201 and 3 for Huntsville Made and Hughes. We'll see them in the Red Shores Winter Circle next.
Huntsville Maid arriving at the six-race winner's circle, pacing Brown Gelding, 3 years by Huntsville off the American Ideal Dam, Rita Maid, owned by Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge, bred by Laura and Emma Young of New Jersey, trained by Ashley Gamester, and the Blue Knight, Jason Hughes, will guide the colt to victory and a maiden record of 2:01 and 3. Huntsville Maid in the sixth.
The management and staff at Red Shores want your experience to be fun and entertaining. That is why we offer information on how our games work, tips to keep your gambling fun, and available community resources. For more information, please speak to one of our PlayWise advisors or stop by the PlayWise Information Center.
Now the official results from race number 6. Red Eye to Shanghai finished second and had broken equipment. Huntsville made the winner. Moonfall fourth. Redland Extinguisher finished third. MJ Ray was sixth. Hockey's Deo finished fifth. The fractions of 30 and 3, 101 and 4, 132 and 1, and the mile 201 and 3. From the top, your program reached 214,365. Huntsville Maid paid $490. The exactor $204.80. The triactor $214.30, and the superfecta was $97.24.
Okay, working on race number 7 from Red Shores in Charlottetown tonight. We'll get to the picks in just a moment. I'm Peter McPhee from the HBI Broadcast Desk here in Charlottetown. Of course, we have Vance Cameron calling all the action. He's in the booth. Like I said, we'll get to the picks in just a moment. But need to tell you about opening day at Red Shores, Summerside. Join us for opening day in Summerside on Monday, May 19th with a first race post time of 1 p.m. Players can wager on the aisle pick 5 with the $2,000 guaranteed pool, 2 super high fives, and a late pick 4 featuring a $1,000 guaranteed pool. There will be prize draws and treats for fans and customers attending opening day at Red Shores, Summerside. And here's the Atlantic Post Calls Paddock Cam. Great to have Atlantic Post Calls aboard this year with the Paddock Cam. I'm heading 5, 3, and 1 in here. That's Evil Lou, Dusty Lane, Levi, and Love That Marymount. Post time picks, Kurt Hughes in the middle at 5, 3, and 2. And the classifier, we're matching strides, 5, 3, and 1. Post parade for the 7th coming up next.
Seventh race on Post Parade, Love That Miramont #1 is owned and trained by Ralph Sweeter-Valeri. David Dowling drives. James Raines #2, Jacob Sweeter-Valeri, the owner, trainer, and driver. 3, Dusty Lane Levi is owned by Tammy Johnson and Kathy Johnson, trained by Greg Weatherby. Jason Hughes aboard. Wild and Crazy #4, owned by Kyle Wilkie of Sherwood and Shelley Wilkie of Stratford. Kyle does the training. Kenny Murphy will drive. 5 is Evil Lou, owned by Mark, Alex, William, and Josh McDonald. Mike McGuigan, trainer driver. Big Pond Cash #6, owned by Ryan and Everett McLeod of Surrey, trained by Landon Campbell and driven by Mark Campbell. Windermere Joel 7, owned by Windermere Farms, Hollis Newson, Clive Balderson, and Mike Curry, trained by Earl Watts, Harold Shepard. 8 is Rosie's Mighty Mo, owned by Paul Hagan and Melvin Gamester of Hunter River. Melvin is the trainer, Gilberto in the sulky. 4 minutes to post time. Back down to Peter McPhee at the HBI broadcast desk with the race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center.
Thank you very much, Vince. Yeah, we kicked it off on a Saturday night in Charlottetown with Brookdale Ollie, who was dropping down a little, had raced great the week before, but tonight he gets it done through 28-2, 58-1. He flipped off the cover and he was able to clear through 128-1 and down the stretch. He's got some daylight. He's going to score 158-4 to kick it off in Charlottetown tonight. It was Brookdale Ollie scoring for Mark Campbell. Power of 4 rallies up for second. Just Call Me Doc was third. The 681 at 372.50. Race #2 tonight, Camco Lucas for Brody McPhee and Tommy Weatherby. They were put on the point, and they did score through 29-3, 1 minute 3, 1:30. A late push from the Tulsa King, but he can't quite get there. Camco Lucas and Brody McPhee win 159-2. The Tulsa King was second. Lindale Mr. Mack was third, 241 at 10:40. Race #3 tonight, Woodmere Rocket Man, the 3-year-old by Bet the Moon. He looked good last week, scoring 58-2, 28-3. Well, he did it again this week for Barrio. He was put on the point, 29-2, 58-3. Still there, 129. DJ Mustang and Louis the Great trying to close in, but no way. Woodmere Rocket Man, he does it again, 157-3. He doubles up at Red Shores for Barrio. Race #4 tonight. It was a good one here early on as Moonrider's going to get it done, scoring for Keith Ford. You can see here now, JK Express made a big move up the backstretch. He cleared up, but he's going to be reeled in late as Moonrider is closing strong on the end of it for Keith Ford. He gets up to nail JK Express right at the wire. It was a really good horse race. Moonrider wins it. He pays $870 on the nose in race #4. Race #5 tonight, the first Super High 5 at Red Shores, and what a move early from Lake of King. He tried to duck into the 4-hole, didn't find a friend, kept clearing, 28-4, 57-3, 128-3, and he wins 157-3, post 7 and all. He gets it done, 2, 6, 9, and 5. The rest of the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th place finishers in the Super High 5. And in race #6, we just saw it here. Huntsville Made looked really good for Hughes, the 3-year-old by Huntsville. Hughes put this horse on the front, 30-3, 101-4, 132-1. Huntsville Made that first career win, 201-3 for Jason Hughes, getting it done over Red Eye to Shanghai and Redland Extinguisher. The 214 was 214.30, and that was the race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center. Just got a note as well. It's last call for 50-50, sitting at $600 to the winner tonight. You can see Tracy, Betty, or Heather for your tickets here tonight. Last call for 50-50. Tickets right now sitting at $600 to the winner tonight. Okay, quick look at the odds before we go here. Love that Marymount and Dowling. They're on the rail. James Range, that's Jacob Sweet from post 2 tonight. Dusty Lane Levi, the slight choice here for Jason Hughes. And Jason looking to win again. He won the last one, so he's looking to go back-to-back at Red Shores tonight. Wild and Crazy, that's Kenny Murphy from post 4. Evil Lou from Mike McGuigan, even money. Then Big Pond Cash for Campbell. Windermere Joel for Harold Shepard, post 7. And Rosie's Mighty Mo on the far outside, taking some money for Barrio at 5-1 as we get close in the 7th tonight at Red Shores. Getting ready for race number 7 from Red Shores in Charlottetown tonight as the horses line up behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. One more time to Vance Cameron for the race call.
Love that Marymount. James Rains, Dusty Lane Levi, Wild and Crazy, Evil Lou. Big Pond Cash, Windermere Joel, Rosie's Mighty Mo on the grandstand side. It's the 7th, and they're at the top of the stretch. Here they come. There they go to a bit of a staggered start here in the 7th, and at the rail to lead them out, that's Love That Marymount. Second is Dusty Lane Levi. Then third up the rail, that's James Rains, Evil Lou on the outside 4th. Racing from 5th is Big Pond Cash. 6th on the cones, Wild and Crazy. Then 7th is Windermere Joel, and 3 high the trailer, Rosie's Mighty Mo. They're quarter pole bound, and up front on the lead, Dusty Lane Levi and the Blue Knight. Jason Hughes, a quarter pole leading. Racing from second, Love That Marymount. Dropping in third was Evil Lou. Around the turn, James Rains is fourth. 29-2, the opening quarter. Fifth one is Big Pond Cash. Then in sixth, Wild and Crazy. From the outside in seventh, Rosie's Mighty Mo. Windermere Joel the trailer. And through the stretch, they approach the opening half mile. Dusty Lane Levi, the midway point leader. Here's Evil Lou now up to challenge. Third at the rail of that Merrimont, continuing fourth. That's James Range. Big Pond Cash fifth. 59 and 2 was the half. Over to the 5/8 next. Dusty Lane Levi, the leader. Now dropping in second was Evil Lou. Love that Merrimont third. Well gapped in fourth. James Range racing fifth. Is Big Pond Cash moving up sixth. Rosie's Mighty Mo back to seventh. Wild and Crazy and the trailer. Windermere Joel. They arrive at three quarters. Dusty Lane Levi, the leader there in 1:28 and 4. They round the top turn for the second and the final time. Eighth of a mile out. Dusty Lane Levi turning home. Evil Lou is set for the stretch drive. Love that Merrimont is third. Down the stretch they come. Now led by Evil Lou. Love that Merrimont coming late. Evil Lou on the line for Mike McGuigan. Love that Merrimont was second. Dusty Lane Levi third. 1:59 flat.
Okay, here's the slow-mo for race number 7 from Red Shores in Charlottetown tonight. It's brought to you by Universal Media. Evil Lou looked good in the qualifier, right down the road, 58 and 1, 28 and 1. Well, the 3 wants to cut it here tonight, so Mike has to sit 3 early with Evil Lou. Dusty Lane Levi demanded the front here, 29 and 2. Love that Marymount was second through 59 and 2, and that's when Mike made the move past the half, and he ducked back into the 2-hole through 1:28 and 4, but he was muscling up in the 2-hole as they swung around the top turn for home. Mike out and again and around the 3 this time, and he's going to sail right on by here and score 1:59 flat. Good drive by Mike here tonight on Evil Lou. Looks over the shoulder here now. He sees Love That Marymount coming, but he knows he's got it, and he's home and a winner, 1:59 for Evil Lou. Love That Marymount race good. Second, Dusty Lane Levi, most of the road work. Third, 5-1-3 in the 7th at Red Shores.
Evil Lou arriving at the 7th race winner's circle by Pacing Colt. He's 3 by Danson Lou off the Western Ideal Dam. Evil Fight owned by Mark, Alex, William, and Josh McDonald. Bred by Elmer Fallen and Terra Prophet. Mike McGuigan training and driving. Time of the mile in 1:59. Evil Lou in the 7th. Here's the official results from the 7th race. Love That Miramont was second. James Raines finished sixth and had broken equipment. Dusty Lane Levi third. Wild and Crazy finished eighth. Evil Lou, the race winner. Big Pond Cash finished fifth. He had broken equipment. Windermere Joel was seventh. Rosie's Mighty Mo finished fourth. Fractions of 29 and 2, 59 and 2, 128 and 4, and the mile 159. From the top, your program reads 263-815-74. Evil Lou at 460 to win. The exactor 3670, triactor 6530, superfactor was 2838.
Okay, well, welcome back to the top of the park here in Charlottetown. Tonight we're through 7, working on race number 8. We'll get to the picks here in just a moment. First of all, I need to tell you about the 2025 Wilbur and Pauline McDonald Memorial. The McDonald family is pleased to present the Wilbur and Pauline McDonald Memorial in memory of their parents. The Wilbur and Pauline McDonald Memorial is scheduled for Saturday, August 2nd at Redshores, Charlottetown, and following the race, the McDonald family will present a cooler and trophy to the winning horse and owner. And here is the Atlantic Post calls. Paddock Cam tonight, diamonding towards the 1 in here with the 4 and the 5. Kurt Hughes with the 1, 5, and 6 for post time picks, which you can get all Kurt's picks in the program tonight, and the classifier along the bottom at 1, 5, and 2. Post parade for the 8th is coming up next.
All My Lovin' on the 8th race post parade, owned by Windermere Farms. Brian and Ira Wallach Racing of New Jersey, Debbie Denny and Clyde Balderson. Earl Watts is the conditioner, Harold Chapper driving. Number 2, Slate, Wade Myers training and driving for owner Sandy Myers, Charlottetown. Arnold the Paperboy, number 3, is owned by Bill McKay of South Granville. Willie McKay, training and driving. Silk and Sweet, number 4, owned by Donald McRae and D Racing Stable Incorporated of New York, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes. 5 is Grand Dab Legend, owned by Thane and Jack Arsenault, Deborah Wilson, and Barry McLeod. Thane Arsenault does the training, driven tonight by Mark Bradley. Century Invictus, number 6, Madison Rogers Summerside, is the owner and celebrates her 20th birthday on this night, so happy birthday, Maddie. Nick Oakes trains Norris Rogers in the driver's seat. 4 minutes to post time. The 57th edition of the Governor's Slate, presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge, is scheduled for Saturday, July 19th.
The Governor's Plate is Summerside's race celebrating champions for over 50 years and making memories that last a lifetime.
Star Shielster, Kenny Arsenault, capture the golden anniversary of the Governor's Plate.
But it's Hugh Taranengo winning the
Governor's Plate. It is history! Two-time winner! Outlaw Positive Charge and Terry Gallant.
Be a part of something special this summer on Prince Edward Island. It all happens in July from Summerside PEI. The Governor's Plate, presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. Visit Redshores.ca for more details.
Yeah, not that far away. The Governor's Plate, like we said, happening on July the 19th. And looking forward to Summerside's big race for 2025. Okay, working on race number 8 tonight. Exactor 20-cent super the try as well. Win, place, and show. Tag your ticket for the on-track players. The Wild Horses jackpot is $25. Here is the one. All My Lovin' here. 3-year-old by Malicious. Windermere Farms is the owner, along with Debbie Denny, Clyde Balderson, and Brian and Ira Wallace Racing. So they all share the ownership. Earl Watts trains, and Harold Shepard will do the driving. 6 for 12 last year. One win, it came in Summerside, 2-1 and 4. And you can see if you go down the lines, this horse raced some pretty good horses. When you look over Atlantic Sire Stake A Summerside last year, left 6, finished 6th to 11th. That's charted 58 and 1. Raced the Joe O'Brien Gold in Charlottetown, 6th, 57 and 2. And the Breeders' Crown was in the final last year. Here in Charlottetown in the Breeders' Crown Final, 6th, 57 and 1, closed out 29 and 1. But racing the lengths of Malevolent and Rosetown Eclipse and horses like that, some very nice horses last year. So he did pretty well considering 12 starts and had 18,000 in the bank as a 2-year-old. So turns 3 as the qualifier here on the 26th as a winner there, 59 and 3, closing it out 28 and 3. And a good spot here tonight is All My Love, and Harold Shepard will drive. Currently the choice at 1-2. Okay, a minute to go here. Here's the 4, Silk and Sweet. Ashley Gamester trains, and Jason Hughes, he gets the call here tonight. Jason already has a win in the program, so he's looking to double up here with Silk and Sweet. If we go down the lines last year, August 31st, this horse raced the 951s here. Left 2 and was a winner for Jason, 158. Closed it out in 29 and 2, so that was a nice win. And then on the 16th here, again, raced that 3 to 5 level. 5th on the edges, but pace 57 and 1 over this track, 29 and 4 on the end of it. So he's had some success here in the past at a qualifier on May the 3rd, 2-2 and 4, 29 and 1. So at the 401 level here tonight for Jason, and taking a little bit of late money here. Yeah, this guy, I think, has the speed to contend in here. Silk and Sweet, 4-1. Still have time to get tickets, but we're getting close here. This is Grand Ave Legend for Thane and John Arsenal, Deborah Wilson, Barry McLeod. They all share ownership. Thane Arsenal trains. Mark Bradley, he gets the call here. Last year, this horse had a win over this track at 57 and 4. Was part of the McRae series late in the year. A good second to Power of 4, 2 minutes 4/5, and then he qualified here on May the 3rd off the rail 4th, 2 minutes 4/5. But take a closer look, 27 and 4. Kicked home for Grand Ave Legend in the qualifier. We're going to put in for 3rd here. Bradley drives the 5 Grand Ave Legend, 8-1. Last chance for tickets in the 8th. Okay, quick with the odds before we go here. All My Lovin', still the horse is the favorite at 3 to 5. Slate from Wade Myers, post 2. They're 11-1. Arnold the Paper Boy, that's William McKay at 15-1. Silken Sweet for Hughes at 7-2. Grand Ave Legend for Bradley at 8-1. And a horse on the outside, Century Invictus tonight here for Norris Rogers and Nick Oakes. 5 wins last year, 57 the quickest at Rito. And in tonight here at the 401 level on the outside. Post 6 at 5-2 here. As you can see, we're getting close in race number 8. And except for race number 8 from Redshores in Charlottetown tonight as the horses swing in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Back upstairs to Vance Cameron for the call.
All My Lovin', Slate, Arnold the Paper Boy, Silken Sweet, Grand Ave Legend, and Century Invictus. Top of the stretch. Here they come. There they go, off and pacing, and Grand Ave Legend coming from the outside. All My Lovin' along the rail. Third one to the turn, Arnold the Paper Boy. Silken Sweet's away fourth. Moving into fifth, that is Century Invictus. The early trailer is Slate. They arrive at the eighth, and guarding the cones, All My Lovin' for Harold Shepard will be the leader on the backstretch. Grand Ave Legend looking for the seat in the 2-hole, and he'll find it. Arnold the Paper Boy's away third, back into fourth, Silken Sweet. Fifth is Century Invictus, and the trailer, that is Slate on by the opening quarter mile in 29 and 2. All My Lovin', the leader by almost 3. Second is Grand Ave Legend. Arnold the Paper Boy rounding the turn third. Gapping fourth, that is Silken Sweet. Going wide fifth is Century Invictus, and trailing the field, that is Slate. They arrive at the half mile led by All My Lovin'. The Colts halfway home. Grand Ave Legend goes second. First up third, Century Invictus underway. Arnold the Paper Boy now fourth. Silken Sweet in fifth. To the outside from sixth, that is Slate. 60 seconds flat for an opening half mile. Approaching 5-8, All My Lovin' continuing to lead. Grand Ave Legend. Century Invictus hanging on the outside third. Arnold the Paper Boy riding the rail fourth. Slate has picked up fifth, and now trailing, that is Silken Sweet. Here comes the three-quarters. All My Lovin' will get them there. Grand Ave Legend strictly giving chase in here. Century Invictus on the outside third. Three-quarters tripped in 130 and 4, arriving at 7-8. All My Lovin' and Shepard are homeward bound. Grand Ave Legend is all alone second. They battle on for the show dough in here. All My Lovin' takes Harold Shepard on top at every call. A going away winner. Grand Ave Legend was second. Century Invictus rallies up for third. 1:59.4.
Okay, here's a slow-mo for race number 8 from Redshores in Charlottetown tonight. All My Lovin', we talked about him last year. He was 6 for 12 in top threes, 18,000, over 18,000 in the bank. He looked good here tonight. As Shepard put him on the point through 29 and 2. 1 minute flat. Grand Ave Legend was second at that point, then 1:30 and 4. Still All My Lovin'. And yeah, daylight down the stretch here for All My Lovin'. And Harold Shepard is there, gonna score here and get a real nice win in race number 8 tonight. Grand Ave Legend will rally in for second, and Century Invictus is third. And if you're following the post-time picks tonight, shout out to Kurt Hughes. He nails it with a straight 156 in race number 8.
All My Lovin' goes to the 8th race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Colt, heats 3 by Malicious off the Western Paradise Dam. Lovin' Every Minute. Owned by Windermere Farms. Brian and Ira Wallach Racing of New Jersey. Debbie Denny and Clyde Balderson. Bred by Brian and Ira Wallach Racing of New Jersey. Trained by Earl Watts. And that's Harold Shepard to put the Colt on top at every call on this night, winning in 1:59 and 4. All My Lovin' delivers in the 8th. Now the official results in race 8, All My Lovin' the winner. Slate was 6th. Arnold the Paper Boy 5th. Silk and Sweet finished 4th. Grand Dab Legend was 2nd. Century Invictus 3rd. Fractions of 29 and 2. 1 minute, 1:30 and 4. And the mile in 1:59 and 4. In review, it's 1:65.423. All My Lovin' paid $250. The exactor 1080, the triactor 3310, and the superfactor was 642. Now time to check your 50-50 draw tickets. Tonight the draw valued at $635. The winning number will be B1439893. Tonight's 50-50 winning number for $635. B1439893. Good luck.
Okay, welcome back to the HBI broadcast desk here in Charlottetown tonight. I'm your host, Peter McPhee, with Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action. I want to tell you about HBI guest Wi-Fi and on-track wagering. Free Wi-Fi available at Red Shores for our guests, and you can sign up for betting free at hbibet.com. Wager $100 in the first 30 days and receive a deposit for $100. Just click on Red Shores Guest when searching for Wi-Fi on your settings page. It's another way to enjoy your guest experience at Red Shores with free Wi-Fi and using your smartphone to place your bet at hbibet.com. Here's the Atlantic Post Calls Paddock Cam. I do like a 2, 1, and 3 in here. Post time picks. I hope you're following Kurt Hughes tonight. He just nailed the straight triactor in the 8th. Kurt with 2, 1, 4 in the 9th, and classifier along the bottom at 1, 2, and 8. Post parade for the 9th is next.
Ninth race post parade. Almost there, boss, number 1. Owned by David and John Sweet of O'Leary. Trained for Ralph Sweet. Jason Hughes driving. Selkirk Echo 2 is owned by Bobby Joe Matheson. Cheryl and Zach McFarland. Trained by Ron Matheson. Jill Barrio. 3, Western Delight, owned by Luke Burke from Donaldston and Colin Murphy of Albany. Luke does the training. Kenny Murphy drives. 4, St. Charles Fireball, owned by Dollar J of Charlottetown, trained by Vaughn Doyle. Tonight, David Dowling. 5 is Big Bad Bruiser. Todd Walsh drives for owner-trainer Neil Bambrick, Charlottetown. Buddies in Virgin 6, owned by Ryan and Daryl Neal of Winslow. Daryl training, Ryan drives. 7 is Poplar RD, owned by Maddie and Liam Myers of Stratford, trained by Lenny Myers, Mark Campbell. Check Your Source, number 8, owned by Giselle Bernard of Bethel and Lori Hennessy of Charlottetown, trained by Gordy Hennessy. Tonight, Adam Werner. 4 minutes to post time. The Cecil Ladner Memorial is the first stop on the Atlantic Invitational Series. It's set for Saturday, June 7th, right here at Redshores, Charlottetown.
That's right, Vance. And like you said, it kicks off the Atlantic Invitational Series, the Ladner Memorial, presented by Ladner, Source for Sports. Like Vance said, Saturday, June 7th, right here in Charlottetown. The Cecil Ladner Memorial is the first event, Atlantic Invitational Series, on the road to the Premier's Cup. It'll feature some of the top horses in the Maritimes. And for a schedule of the Atlantic Invitational Series race dates, you can go to peiharnessracing.ca. Okay, we saw a quick shot of the 2 there. Selkirk Echo for Barrio. Coming off the start at the 7:01 level last time. Post 8 finished 4th, 58-4, so moves in tonight to the 2 spot at 2-5. And we'll go to the rail now with Almost There Boss for David Sweet and John Sweet. They're co-owners. Ralph Sweet trains. Jason Hughes gets the drive here. If you're looking down the lines, you can see last year in November there, Summerside 1551s. He was on the rail, and he was put on the point by Kenny Murphy. He led all the way before just getting collared by the Devil's Cash. But he raced good, 59-2. 29-3. 2 wins last year, 56-3, the quickest in Summerside. And when he's inside, he's tough because he can certainly leave. And I think that may be the plan here tonight for Jason. He had the qualifier on the 26th. He finished 6th there, 2 minutes and a fifth. Back out to race on May the 3rd. The non-winners of 1001. Left 3. Was tucked in most of the way. 5th on the edge is 59 to prior to you today. 29-2. So drops a little tonight to the 701s. Great spot to work from. I think Jason's going to have him up handy the engine here tonight. Almost There Boss. Even money. Yeah, and here's the 3. Western Delight for Luke Burke and Colin Murphy. Share ownership. Luke trains. Kenny Murphy drives. Horse, if you go back to the end of the meet last year, was really sharp. Last of January, the winter meet there, you can see 651s, second by a neck, and 59-4. Then the 5 claimers in Jan 25th. He won it by 2 and change, 59-4, 28-4. And then he was out to race here in the 3rd. 701s last week. Left from post 5. He was at the back most of the way, but he sprinted home in 28-2 to finish 4th in 59-3 to Carnival Heart. So pretty good effort from post 5, and that last quarter was a good one. Same level, and he moves in a couple of spots. Kenny Murphy drives Western Delight 11-1. Okay, quick look at the odds before we go here. Almost there, Boss Hughes on the rail at 7-5. Jason Hardy has a win tonight. He's looking for a double. Selkirk Echo, we talked about him. Barrio from Post 2. Barrio has a win tonight. He's looking for the double. Western Delight for Kenny Murphy at 11-1. St. Charles Fireball. It's David Dowling tonight from Post 4. Big Bad Bruiser, we just saw a shot of him with Walsh at 12-1. Then the outside 6 is Buddies and Virgins for Ryan Neal. 7 will be Popularity for Mark Campbell, and Check Your Source for Murner on the outside. 17-1. Getting close. Good luck with your picks here in the 9th. Metro Home Building Center starting gate rolling here for race number 9 from Red Shores in Charlottetown tonight. Let's go back upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron for the call.
Almost there, boss. Selkirk Echo, Western Delight, St. Charles Fireball, Big Bad Bruiser, Buddies and Virgins, Popularity, Check Your Source, top of the stretch. Ninth race, ready for a start. Rough and pacing, almost there, boss. Will lead them out. Selkirk Echoes headed for the 2-hole, then to get away third. Western Delight coming up fourth on the outside is Popularity, away fifth. St. Charles Fireball racing from sixth. That is Check Your Source. Big Bad Bruiser seventh, then the trailer. Buddies and Virgins up the backstretch they go. Almost there, boss. And the Blue Knight Hughes to their outside. Popularity is caught out. He may be in a whole heap of trouble. Towards the rail, Selkirk Echo. Closing up fourth, that's Western Delight. Then in fifth, it's St. Charles Fireball. Sixth up the rail, Check Your Source. Then around the turn, Big Bad Bruiser is seventh, and the trailer. Buddies and Virgin, 28-4. Opened it up, and down the stretch they come. And out in front at the midway point, almost there, boss. We'll get them halfway home. Selkirk Echo, the 2-hole ride. Then in third, Western Delight. St. Charles Fireball underway fourth. Finding a seat fifth was Popularity. Check Your Source sixth. Big Bad Bruiser seventh. Buddies and Virgins eighth. 58-4 was the opening half mile. Down to 3/8 to go. Almost there, boss. Still leading it. And they're en route to 3/4. Second is Selkirk Echo. St. Charles Fireball is picked up third on the outside. On the cones fourth. That's Western Delight. Check Your Source takes over fifth. Then in sixth, Popularity. Big Bad Bruiser seventh. Buddies and Virgins trails. 3/4 completed in 1:29-4. They're on that top turn for the final time. Down to an 1/8 of a mile left to go. Almost there, boss, turning home. Selkirk Echo, a textbook 2-hole ride. Into the passing lane he goes. Western Delight on the far outside. Coming to them here. Western Delight nails it for Kenny Murphy. Second, almost there, boss. Selkirk Echo third. 2 minutes, 1/5.
Okay, great horse race here in the 9th from Red Shores in Charlottetown. The replay brought to you by Universum Media here tonight. And we thought almost there, Boston Hughes would protect the cones. They certainly did here tonight through 28-4. Selkirk Echo second at that point. Western Delight. Popularity caught out tonight. He had to duck in later on. 58-4 for almost there, boss. 1:29-4. St. Charles Fireball goes first up, followed by Western Delight. They swung off that last turn, and Kenny had full of momentum with Western Delight, and he is able to scoot on by the 1 and the 2 who were battling. That's almost there, Boston Selkirk Echo along the cones, but look on the far outside. Here comes the 3, Western Delight. We liked him for part of this here tonight. Had him for third. Didn't know if he could win it, but yes, sir. Kenny gave him an excellent drive, and he's going to reach up and score here. Western Delight. He does win it. Almost there, boss. Second. Looked like Selkirk Echo hung on for third. Yes. 3, 1, 2 in the 9th. Excellent drive by Kenny Murphy, and Western Delight in the winner's circle next.
Western Delight in the 9th race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Gallagher's 13 by Better's Delight from the Art Escape Dam, Dreamy Lover. Owned by Luke Burke of Donaldson and Colin Murphy of Albany. Bred by SG and J.K. Blair from Otago, New Zealand. Luke Burke, the trainer, Kenny Murphy gets him into the winner's circle in 2 minutes and a 1/5. Western Delight in the 9th. Here's the official results from the 9th race. Almost there, Boss was second. Selkirk Echo third. Western Delight, the race winner. St. Charles Fireball was sixth. Big Bad Bruiser fourth. Buddies and Virgins finished eighth. Poplar Artie was seventh. Check Your Source fifth. Fractions of 28 and 4, 58 and 4, 129 and 4, and the mile 2 minutes and 1/5. From the top, your program reads 231 648 75. Western Delight $14.60 to win. Exactor $31, Triactor $49.60, Superfecta $28.
Okay, working on race number 10 from Redshores in Charlottetown tonight. Welcome back to the HBI broadcast desk. I'm your host, Peter McPhee, tonight, along with Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action. We'll get to the picks here in just a moment. First of all, going to tell you about O'Brien's Social Bar and Kitchen. Join us at O'Brien's Social Bar and Kitchen, located on the lower level of Red Shores, Charlottetown, and now featuring new lunch and dinner menus. Backed by popular demand is the daily special and fan favorites: the steak sandwich, the hot hamburger, and the Southwest chicken wrap. Visit Redshores.ca for more information. Okay, here's the Atlantic Post calls. Paddock Cam tonight. I'm heading towards the 4 in here. That's Braxton's boy for Kenny Murphy. Kenny won the last one, so I think he's got a shot to double up here tonight. Do like the 2 here. Who is the choice? Well said, Celeb for Adam Murner. And I'm going to put the 1 in as well. Sports Teller, the newcomer here to Charlottetown. Adam Murner trains, and it's Jason Hughes tonight because Adam will be driving the 2. Well said, Celeb. I'm at 4-2-1, matching strides with Kurt Hughes, who has the post-time picks tonight. He's doing a nice job. Is Kurt tonight 4-2-1, and Classifier going to the 2 with the 1 and the 4. So we all have the same horses, just in a little bit of a different order here. You can see they're coming out here, and they'll be on the track for the post parade in the 10th next.
Tenth race enters the track on parade. Sports Teller number 1, owned by Rebecca McLeod, Gabby McNiven, Michael Arsenault, and Joey Farrell. Trained by Adam Murner, Jason Hughes, catch drives. 2, Well Said, Celeb, owned by Blair and Carl Hansen, Isaac Skierman, and Shane Essen. Adam Murner trains and drives. 3, Elroy Shinder, owned by Frank Sweet of Knutsford, trained by Jeff Holmes, Brady Sweet in the sulky. Braxton's boy number 4, owned by Ricky Armstrong and Mark Land of Summerside. Ricky does the training, and the drive goes to Kenny Murphy. First Glance number 5, owned by Danny Bird of Vernon Bridge, trained by Landon Campbell. Mark Campbell driving. Good Omen 6, owned by Roseanne Langell. Ellie Driscoll of Lower Onslow, Nova Scotia. Paul Langell trains and drives. 3 minutes to post time. Only 3. The 66th edition of the Gold Cup and Saucer, presented by Atlantic Lottery. It's set for Saturday, August 16th, here at Red Shores, Charlottetown.
PEI is a special place with a special race, the Gold Cup and Saucer, the greatest show in harness racing. This year, we celebrate the 66th edition of Canada's most prestigious race on a half-mile track.
The papermaker and Dr. Ian Moore win the Gold Cup and Saucer. Here is Rock, Diamond, and Mitchell Cushing. They win the Gold Cup and Saucer. Covered Bridge goes back to back in the Gold Cup and Saucer.
Join us this August on Prince Edward Island for the Gold Cup and Saucer, presented by Atlantic Lottery. Visit Redshores.ca for more details.
Not that far away. All the trials will be on one day this year, Saturday, August 9th, post time 4 p.m. here in Charlottetown. The following Saturday, August the 16th, will be the final $100,000 on the line, presented by Atlantic Lottery. So we look forward to it. Mark it on your calendars, Saturday, August 16th, right here in Charlottetown. Okay, here's the 10th, and we're working on it. Exactor 20-cent super, the try as well, win, place, and show. Tag your ticket For the Wild Horses players, on track, jackpot $25. It's Braxton's Boy for Richard Armstrong and Mark Gallant. They share the ownership. Ricky Armstrong does the training. Kenny Murphy does the driving. He gets along very well with this guy. As you can see, the end of the winter meet on January the 11th. Here he was second to Tony Tutel in 58, 29, and 4. Remember, that was in January. He came back the following week. And again, left 5, finished second to Time to Dance, 56 and 2, 28 and 4. So he ended the year rock solid. He came back to qualify April 28th there, won by a nose, 2-1 and 2, closed it out 27 and 4. And last week you can see he made a move middle part of the mile, was fourth at the top of the lane, ended up fifth. 57 the charted trip for him, and 28 and 4 to close it out. But he was in against Shadow's Terror, Well Said Celeb, and he's touring. So good group there. He finished fifth in his opener, a little bit of a better spot to work from. He did have 6 wins last year, and Kenny gets along well with him. So we like the price here tonight on Braxton's Boy and Murphy, 7 to 2. There's Well Said Celeb for Blair and Carl Hansen, Isaac Skierman, Shane Essen. They all own the horse together. Adam Murner trains, and Adam does the driving. Good year last year for Well Said Celeb. He had 24 starts, 12 in the top 3, 4 were wins, 55 and 2 right here in Charlottetown. We go down the lines. You can see at the end of the year there, December of last year, 10:51. He was a good second to 2 points, 57 and 1, 29 and 3, and then he raced the 11:51s where he was fourth on that day. So he's come back to qualify on the 26th here of April, and he was 59 and 2, 28 and 2, finishing second to Solid Silver. And he raced good last week. His first start at a good level. The 1901s, he tracked all the way and was second to Shadow's Terror, 56 and 1. He closed it out in a snappy 28 seconds flat. So same level here tonight, and he's got a little bit of a better spot to work from here. Well Said Celeb and Murner, 8 to 5. Here's the Rail Sitter Sports Teller for Rebecca McDonald and Gabby McNevin and Michael Arsenault and Joey Farrell. They're all co-owners. Adam Murner trains. Jason Hughes gets the call tonight. And he looked good here in his debut after the qualifier in the 26. He came out to race. First start on PEI, raced really well, left 3. A little tussle early, but he did clear. And once he cleared, he was pretty much a good winner by 6.5, 56 and 3, 28 and 1. Real nice win for his first start on Prince Edward Island. If you look down his lines, he was racing in Ohio, Miami Valley. He was at Dayton as well. Scioto took a mark last year down in Scioto at the 5/8 track of 52 and 2. So he's on the rail here tonight. He's going to be pushing out here as Hughes, and this guy has a shot. He has to bump up here after racing at the 1601s last time. He's up to the 1901s here tonight. Jason's got him. Sports Teller, 8 to 5. Okay, getting set for race number 10 from Red Shores in Charlottetown tonight. Horses swinging behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Vance Cameron, up to you for the call.
Sports Teller, Well Said Celeb, Elroy Shiner, Braxton's Boy, First Glance, and Good Omen, top of the stretch. Here they come. There they go. Well off the gate was the 5. First glance into the turn they rush, and the inside trio they're firing. That's Elroy Shiner 3 high with the lead. In between horses, that is Well Said Celeb, and to get away third, Sports Teller. They were rolling, and I mean rolling around the turn. Back into fourth is Braxton's Boy. Good Omen goes fifth, and the tardy start has a gapped out trailer. First glance, and they are strung out, and I mean strung out in here. Elroy Shiner on the lead, in line to Brady Sweet, and they opened it up. Boom! Just like that, 27 and 2. Big time opener. Elroy Shiner the leader. Second is Well Said Celeb. Then in third, towards that inside, they Sports Teller racing fourth. Braxton's Boy. Good Omen fifth. And the trailer, first glance, they're looking for a big-time breather in the second off a big-time opening quarter. Elroy Shiner got him halfway home in 58 and 1. Tracking in the 2-hole, Well Said Celeb. Sports Teller edging to the outside third. First glance gets into it now on the outside to take over fourth. Braxton's Boy riding the rail fifth. Trailing the field, Good Omen halfway up the backstretch. They go to three-quarters. In at the rail, Elroy Shiner. Sports Teller now matching strides on the outside second. First glance is third. That's Well Said Celeb. He'll need to find a way out from fourth. 3/4 in 1. 28 and 2. They arrive at the 7/8 pole. Now led by Sports Teller, and he's turning for home. Elroy Shiner. First glance, Braxton's Boy on the far outside. He's coming late. They're in deep. Stretch now. Sports Teller doubles up the Blue Knight U's. Braxton's Boy up for the deuce, closing third. Good Omen in 157.4.
Okay, here's the replay from Red Shores in Charlottetown. Race number 10 is brought to you by Universal Media. We did say he'd be tough again this week with Hughes driving. He won last week at the 1601s, moved up to the 1901s. Elroy Shiner busts the gate. Wow, we got the boom from Vance. 27 and 2, 58 and 1. At that point, 128 and 2. Sports Teller out of the 3-hole and goes first, able to clear past, and he's going to score 157 and 4. Braxton's Boy was closing late along with the 6, but Jason had the jump on him, drove him well here tonight, and gets the score 157 and 4. Sports Teller does it again at Red Shores.
Sports Teller arriving at the 10th race winner's circle. Bay Pacing gelding 6 years by Sports Writer off the Pan Pacific Flight Dam. Don't Tell Russ, owned by Rebecca McLeod, Gabby McNevin, Michael Arsenault, and Joey Farrell. Bred by Troy Mark of Simcoe, Ontario. Trained by Adam Murner, and the Blue Knight Jason Hughes has his second winner for the double. 157 and 4. Time for the mile. The horse gets his 15th lifetime victory tonight. That's Sports Teller. Here's the official results now from race 10. Sports Teller the winner. Well Said Celeb was sixth. Elroy Shiner fifth. Braxton's Boy second. First Glance fourth. Good Omen third. Fractions 27 and 2. 58 and 1. 128 and 2. And the mild in 157 and 4. In review 165 243. Sports Teller paid 340. The Exactor 970, Triactor 5460, and the Superfecta 2002.
Okay, working on race number 11 from Red Shores in Charlottetown tonight. Welcome back to the HBI broadcast desk. Having a great night here in Charlottetown. 10 in the books. Jason Hughes, he's got the double, and he won the last one here, so we'll get to the picks in race number 11. First of all, I want to tell you about the Red Shores late pick four. Red Shores Racing excited to offer a new pick four as part of our 2025 wagering menu. The late pick four will be on the last four races of every card at Red Shore Charlottetown and Red Shore Summerside. It features a $1,000 guaranteed pool with the low 15% takeout. And we'll now go to the Atlantic Post Calls. Paddock Cam here tonight. Again, we thank Atlantic Post Calls for joining us this season here at Red Shores. And we'll get a look at the picks here. I do like the 2 in here. Macho Phil dropping down a little bit here from Mark Campbell. I'm going to put the 1 in there. Shaken Blake, who's taking most of the money right now. And a little bit of a long shot here. The 3, Neptune Sailster. Adam Myrna gets along well with this guy. I'm a 2-1-3. Kurt Hughes in the middle at 2, 1, and 4. Classifier underneath at 2, 4, and 1. Horses on the way for race number 11 next.
Shaken Blake will lead the 11th race on parade, owned and trained by Jennifer Doyle of Vernon Bridge. David Dowling drives. 2, Macho Phil, owned by Ava Burke of Brackley and Allie Campbell of Charlottetown, trained by Landon Campbell. Mark Campbell drives. Neptune Sealster 3, owned by Carly Ward, Mickey Gallant, and Nicole McPherson. Mickey is the trainer. Adam Murner driving. 4, He's Touring, owned and trained by Claire Swidger Valeri, Jacob Sweet. 5 is Winsong Quincy, owned by Thane and Jack Arsenal, Deborah Wilson, and Edward Blaisdell, trained by Thane Arsenal, Miles Heffernan driving. Proud of you today, number 6, owned by Douglas and David Neal, Keith Ford and Ben Matheson. Keith trains and drives. Number 7 is Almanac, owned by Ryan McLaughlin from Cornwall, trained by Jennifer Doyle, Ryan DeRage. 4 minutes to post time. For free race programs, top picks, additional chart lines, race replays, driver and trainer stats, and more, visit the Red Shores Player Portal.
Yeah, there it is, the Red Shores Player Portal. It really is a one-stop shop for all your harness racing needs on PEI. Like Van said, you can get your free race programs there. You can get your top picks from the backstage beat and post-time picks, additional chart lines, race replays, and driver trainer stats. So you can get it all at the Red Shores Player Portal. And you can visit redshores.ca/racing. Okay, working on race number 11 tonight, Exactor, the 20-cent Super, the try as well, and the guaranteed 20-cent pick 4 here as we kick it off in race number 11 tonight. Here's the 2. It's Macho Phil for Ava Burke and Allie Campbell. They share ownership. Landon Campbell trains. Mark Campbell is in the bike. 5 wins last year from 27 starts, 154. The record rate here in Charlottetown as we go down the lines. You can see he raced that 24.51 class here in Charlottetown. It was a dandy last year, and you can see December 31st of last year, he was third to Bacon on a Biscuit, 59, 29, and 3. And then January the 11th, during the winter meet, left 3, finished 5th at Tony Tootal and Braxton's Boy. So again, he was up against some very good horses at that level at the end of last year during the winter meet. He came out to qualify on April the 29th, the qualifier, a winner, 59 and 4, and then raced last week at the 1901s, left 6, finished 6th, and 57 and 2. But he was in tough against Shadow's Terror, Well Said Celeb, and He's Touring, who were 1, 2, and 3. Slides down the ladder, gets a great spot to work from. Campbell drives 6 to 5. There's Shake and Blake for Jennifer Doyle of Vernon Bridge. Jen trains, and David Dowling does the driving. You talk about a good year. Look at the stats last year for Shake and Blake. 39 starts, 11 wins, 11 second place finishes, and 5 thirds. And the record was 54 and 1 right here at Red Shores and Charlotte. A dynamite season for Shake and Blake. And you can see the last couple, if you go down the lines there, third during the winter meet there in that Phillies class. The non-winners of 16.51 was on the point, finished third to Fernhill Indigo, 59, 29, and 1 at the end of the winter meet. So out to qualify on the 29th here. It was a good qualifier, sat 2 all the way, and was second to Macho Phil. That's interesting. They raced each other in the qualifier. This horse second, 2 minutes, 27 and 3. So again, we'll see how this horse does off the rail, but the betters all over Shake and Blake, 3 to 5. Here's Neptune Sealster for Carly Ward and Michael Gallant, Nicole McPherson. They all share ownership. Michael does the training, and Adam Murner does the driving. And Adam gets along well with this horse. 3 wins last year, 55 and 3, the record. And if we look towards the end of the year last year, November 30th at the 13-11 level, left 2 was a good second to Elroy Shiner, just beaten quarter length, 58 and 1. Up the ladder to the 15-51s on December 8th, third there to 3 Trick Gainer, 59 and 3, 29 and 4. When Adam drives this horse, they usually get along pretty well. Had a qualifier on the 26th, 77th, 2 minutes and a fifth, 28 and 4. Playing the Murner angle here a little bit on Neptune Sealster, a long shot at 34 to 1. Okay, getting set for race number 11 tonight from Red Shores in Charlottetown as the horses swinging behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Back upstairs to Vance Cameron for the race call.
Shakin' Blake, Macho Phil, Neptune Sealster. He's touring. Wins on Quincy. Proud of you today. Almanac on the outside. Top of the stretch. All lined up and approaching a start. Up and pacing Macho Phil and Shakin' Blake at the inside are leaving out. Neptune Sealster is the third one to the turn. To get away fourth, he's touring. Wins on Quincy fifth. Then in sixth, Almanac and offside. Went Proud of You today. On the backstretch they go. And that's David Dowling aboard Shakin' Blake on the early lead. Tucked away for the two-hole ride is Macho Phil. Then in third, Neptune Sealster. Racing from fourth, he's touring. Fifth is Winsong Quincy. Racing from sixth is Almanac. And in the backfield, Proud of You today, the trailer 30-2 was the opening quarter as they arrive at the 3/8 by 2 lengths advantage. That is Shakin' Blake. Macho Phil is second. Coming out of the turn in third is Neptune Sealster. He's touring, continuing fourth. Fifth is Winsong Quincy. Then in sixth, Almanac. And Proud of You today is the trailer. They're halfway home here in the 11th. Shakin' Blake, the midway point leader. Just 101. Very unstressful here. This is a good group. And they're having their own way on the front end. Shakin' Blake with 3/8 to go. Macho Phil is second. The tempo's going to pick up big time in here, folks. Racing from third, Neptune Sealster. He's touring on the cones fourth. Up fifth on the outside is Almanac. Now racing sixth. Wins on Quincy. And the trailer, Proud of You today. Wow, are they picking them up? And are they putting them on down now? 3/4 in 1:30 and 1/8 of a mile out, and we have a sprint. And I mean a sprint to the finish. The leader is Shakin' Blake. Macho Phil on the outside is second. Deep in the stretch now. Shakin' Blake and Dowling all the way. Second, that'll go to Macho Phil. Almanac rallied up for third. Time for the mile. 1:58.3.
Okay, here's the slow-mo for race number 11 from Red Shores in Charlottetown tonight, brought to you by Universal Media. Shakin' Blake, like we said last year, what a year, 11 wins from 39 starts, 54-1 right here in Charlottetown, and she meant business tonight right off the wings. Dowling puts her there 30-2. Macho Phil in the two-hole at that point. Neptune Sealster was third, 101 for Shakin' Blake and Dowling, and then they swung to the backside, and it was serious time between Shakin' Blake and Macho Phil, 130-1, and they're going to duke it out down the lane here now. Shakin' Blake able to fend off Macho Phil deep in the lane, and she is going to win this time around. 158-3 right down the Red Shores Highway for Shakin' Blake and Dowling in race number 11.
Shaken Blake finding her way into the 11th race winner's circle. Bay pacing mare, she's 5 by He's Watching off the Mach 3 dam. St. Lad's Peeper. Owned and trained by Jennifer Doyle of Vernon Bridge, bred by Richard Sullivan from Greeley, Ontario. David Dowling put her on top at every call. It's a training double for Doyle. It's a driving double for Dowling. The mile 158 and 3. Shaken Blake in the 11th. Here's the official results now in race 11. Shaken Blake the winner. Macho Phil second. Neptune Sealster fifth. He's Touring finished fourth. Winsong Quincy was sixth. Proud of You Today seventh. Almanac finished third. The fractions were 30 and 2, 101, 130 and 1, the mile in 158 and 3. In review, it's 125, 4, 6, 7, 3. Shaken Blake at $4.90. The exactor $6.60, triactor $39, superfecta was $6.
Okay, 3 to go in the live presentation tonight. Welcome back to the HBI Broadcast Desk. I'm your co-host, Peter McPhee. Vance Cameron in the booth, calling all the action. Like I said, 3 to go in the live presentation. We'll get to the picks in just a moment. But first of all, I want to tell you about the Gold Cup Ambassadors. Red Shores is now accepting applications for Gold Cup and Saucer Ambassadors. Since 1961, Gold Cup Ambassadors have been representing world-class horses during Old Home Week. This is an event-based position that will allow successful applicants the chance to meet lots of new people, develop skills, and be part of a fun and energetic team. If you're interested in applying, please visit Career Beacon and search Gold Cup Ambassador. Application deadline is May the 14th as we roll in the picks here for race number 12. And again, thank you to the Atlantic Post calls that are along this year with the paddock cam. And we'll get to the picks here now. I do like the 4. I'm a looker 2. We featured him in the pre-race tonight here in Charlottetown. Like the 3, Mr. Kelly, who took a lot of early money. And put up the 1 in there. One of my favorites. He's back, Manterio. Absolutely love watching this guy race. I'll put him in for third. 4, 3, and 1. Post-time picks, 4, 3, and 2. And the classifier at 4, 1, and 2. Race number 12 and the post parade coming up next.
12th race, entering the track on post parade. Number 1 is Manterio, owned by Jennifer Ritchie of Kingston, New Brunswick, trained by Jennifer Doyle, driven by David Dowling. Solid Silver 2, owned by Donald Beaton of Port Hood, Nova Scotia, trained by Stacy Dara. Kenny Murphy up. 3, Mr. Kelly, owned by Marcia Knox, Corey Livingston, Kevin Teasdale, and Dustin McGinnis. Adam Murner is the trainer-driver. I'm a Looker 2 wears number 4, owned by Robert Shamar of Halifax, Nova Scotia, and Jeff Holmes of Orwell. Jeff does the training, driven by Brady Sweet. 5, Cheeky Play, owned by Aubrey Cameron of Glace Bay, Nova Scotia, and Corey McPherson of Cornwall. Corey trains and drives. Dylan Sam 6, owned by Alan Gregory of Charlottetown and Tyson McDonald of Hazelbrook. Alan is the trainer, driven by Miles Heffernan. 2 minutes, only 2 minutes to post time. Back down to Peter with information on the Birthplace of Confederation Series presented by the City of Charlottetown.
Thanks very much, Vince. Yeah, the Birthplace of Confederation Series, sponsored by the City of Charlottetown, returns to Red Shores for the 2025 racing season. This year, the series is named in honor of Harris Johnston and will take place during Gold Cup Week. The eliminations are scheduled for August 9th, followed by the consolation and final on Saturday, August the 16th. Okay, 3 to go in the live presentation here tonight. Working on the 12th exactor, 20-cent super, the try. Win, place, and show. Tag your ticket with the wild horses. Jackpot $25 for the on-track players. Here's I'm a Looker 2 for Robert Samara of Halifax and Jeff Holmes of Orwell. Jeff does the training. Brady Sweet does the driving on this guy. Gets along great with him. Last year, 33 starts, 13 wins, 5 seconds and 5 thirds. We showed one of these in the pregame where he was a winner last year here in September at Charlottetown in 154 flat. It was his record last year, 2024. He raced some really good horses last year. December 26th, he went right down the road, 56-1, 28-2. And if you go back a little bit further, December the 1st at the 1551 level, he was just nipped at 56-3. A qualifier on the 29th, left 3, finished 6th, 57-2. But this guy likes to do it on the front end, so we're thinking Brady will try to scoot off the wings here and have him up close to the action here. He knows where the winner's circle is. I'm a Looker 2, 4 to 5. Here's Mr. Kelly tonight for Marcia Knox, Corey Livingston, Kevin Teasdale, and Dustin McGinnis, all co-owners. Adam Murner trains, and he will do the driving. 4 wins last year from 12 starts. 56 the record here in Charlottetown. He was here last year early. If you slide down his lines, you can see he was here early in the year. He raced here in May, and he did have a couple of wins here in early May. May the 4th last year, winner in 56. He was right back the following week, 17:01s. Adam pointed him out of there, and he was a winner in 57-1. You can see he raced all the way up until really the 1st of July, where he was in Summerside there, second in 57-2, so didn't race after that. Back with a qualifier here on the 29th, where he finished 4th and closed 27-3. He has speed as well. This guy can certainly leave off the wings. It'll be interesting to see the 3 and the 4 beside each other, how it unfolds once they say go. Mr. Kelly, 2 to 1. Yeah, I said it in the pre-race. This guy is one of my favorites. Since I've been doing this, I just love watching this guy race. He is a grinder, and I was looking him up today. His stats, he had 204 lifetime starts, this guy. 106 have been in the top 3. 37 of those have been wins. His quickest as a 3-year-old, 53-1 at Saratoga. But he's been here, or was here a long time, and raced really, really well. He's just a horse that shows up every week and is ready to roll. He had some real nice wins grinding first up, and he's never, ever out of it, no matter where he leaves. He really is a horse that shows up and races great every week. As we look down the lines, you can see he's been in Flamborough. He was at Batavia in New York as well. Woodbine, he made a start in February, and he's made his way all the way back to the island, Summerside here, with the qualifier on May the 4th, 2-second variant, third there, 2-1 and 2, 29. and 4. Dowling has him on the rail here tonight, and Dowling is looking for the hat trick. Manterio 2-1. Okay, getting set for race number 12 tonight from Red Shores in Charlottetown. As the horses swing in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate for race number 12. Back upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron for the call.
Oh, we got a full house in the booth for this one, Peter. We got Charlie, Brian, Logan, Olivia, Nisha. They're going to watch it from the best seat at the house here at the Canadian half-mile racetrack known as the Charlottetown Driving Park. All lined up here in the 12th. Manterio, Solid Silver, Mr. Kelly. I'm a Looker Too. Cheeky Play, Dylan Sam. 12th race. Post time. Up and pacing, leaving at the rail, Manterio. Between horses, Solid Silver, and joining them on the outside, I'm a Looker Too, leaving out 3rd. To get away 4th, that is Mr. Kelly's. Cheeky Play goes 5th. Early trailer, that's Dylan Sam. Up the backstretch they go, and here comes I'm a Looker Too to take over the lead. In line to Brady Sweet. Manterio lets him go and settles up for the 2-hole ride. Solid Silver got away 3rd. That's Mr. Kelly 4th. Racing from 5th is Cheeky Play, trailing the field. Dylan Sam 6th. They arrived at the quarter in 29 and 1/5. Approaching on the 3/8, it's I'm a Looker Too in control. 2-hole ride, that belongs to Manterio. Coming out of the turn in 3rd is Solid Silver. Racing from 4th, Mr. Kelly. 5th, towards that inside is Cheeky Play, and the trailer, that is Dylan Sam. They're halfway home, straight alignment, no movement in here. On the point, I'm a Looker Too at the midway point in 59 and 1. Manterio tracking 2nd, on the turn 3rd. Solid Silver. Nobody, and I mean nobody, can find a right line in here. Up the backstretch they go in straight alignment, led to 3/4 by I'm a Looker Too. Manterio, the 2-hole ride. Solid Silver 3rd. Then in 4th, Mr. Kelly. Cheeky Play in 5th. 6th on the outside, Dylan Sam. 3 3/4 in the books, and they arrive there in 1:29 and 2. Shade more than an 8 left to go. In at the rail, I'm a looker too. Here comes Manterio, sent to the outside for the stretch drive. Solid Silver up the rail, third, deep stretch now. And here is Manterio to triple up Dowling and Doyle. Closing in second, Mr. Kelly. Third goes to Solid Silver in 1:59 flat.
Okay, here's the slow-mo for race number 12 from Red Shores in Charlottetown tonight, brought to you by Universal Media. I talked about him in the pre-race. He is an absolute warrior, this guy. He is 9 now, and he got the perfect pocket ride tonight. I'm a looker, too. We know he'd bust the gate and want to cut this through 29 and 1, but Manterio set up in the 2-hole, and he had a perfect ride. 59 and 1, 129 and 2. David angles out deep in the lane, and he says zoom. Goodbye here. He is gone. 159 flat for Manterio. Takes advantage of a perfect pocket ride. And like I said, this guy has been around a long time, shows up week in and week out, and he competes, and he got the perfect ride tonight. David angles out, and David's going to score the hat trick here tonight with Manterio. He's going to win it. Mr. Cali rallies in for second. Solid Silver third. No doubt about the winner. Welcome back to PEI. Manterio and Dowling in the winner's circle next.
Well, David Dowling and Jennifer Doyle, they're kind of home at the winner's circle tonight. They're tripling up on this Saturday at Charlottetown. Manterio gets them there in the 12th. Bay Pacing Gelding 9 by Sports Rider off the Rock and Roll Hanover Dam or Rock and Roll Wishes. Owned by Jennifer Ritchie of Kingston, New Brunswick, and she has an owning double tonight. Trained by Jennifer Doyle, who triples, and driven to victory by David Dowling for his triple, and Winback Farm is the breeder. The miles in 159. Manterio for the Dowling and Doyle triple in the 12. Now the official results in the 12th race, Manterio the winner, Solid Silver third. Mr. Kelly was second. I'm a Looker 2 fourth. Cheeky Play finished fifth. Dylan Sam sixth. Fractions 29 and 1, 59 and 1, 129 and 2, and the mile in 159. In review, 1, 3, 2, 4, 5, 6. Manterio paid $440. The exactor 2180, the triactor 6080, and the superfecta was 691.
Okay, to go in the live presentation. Welcome back to the Top of the Park tonight. I'm your host, Peter McPhee from the HBI broadcast desk. Vance Cameron, he's in the booth calling all the action, like we said, to go in the live presentation. Feature coming up next here in race number 13, but also want to tell you about the Home Hardware Maritime Breeders. The 2025 Home Hardware Maritime Breeders Stake will take place here, Red Shores in Charlottetown. 2- and 3-year-old trotters will compete on Thursday, October 23rd, followed by the 2- and 3-year-old pacing colts and fillies on Saturday, October the 25th. Thank you to sponsors Metro Home Building Center, High Tide Home Hardware Building Centers, and the Maritime Breeders Association. As we roll in the picks here for race number 13, Vance and I will be along with the Vance Cam. An early look at the picks here. I do like 5, Twin Be Tough Enough, along with 4, Tradition, and the 1, Jules Dragon. Post time picks at 5, 1, and 4. Classifier matching at 5, 1, and 4. Vance Cam on the way next.
Thirteenth race, tonight's featured on the track and set for the post parade. Number 1, Jules Dragon, owned by Nick McGilvery of Cornwall, trained by Landon Campbell, Mark Campbell driving. Shadow's Terror, number 2, owned by Greyland Farm of Stratford, and Joseph Gamba from Gulf Shore, Nova Scotia. Trained by Lenny Myers, Adam Murner drives. Laugh Again, Hanover 3, owned by Donald McRae, Blair and Eric McLaughlin, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes. For Tradition, owned by Giselle Bernard of Bethel and Laurie Hennessy of Charlottetown, trained by Gordy Hennessy, tonight Corey McPherson. Twin Be Tough Enough 5, owned by Patrick Moores of Charlottetown, trained by Ron Matheson, Gilberto. 4 minutes, 2 post time. Peter, you and I come up with our selections here in the Saturday night feature. And once again, we thank Results Marketing and Advertising and their continued presentation of the Vance Cam. And it should be a walk in the park in here for the 5, from my view. Twin Be Tough Enough. However, Peter, it's a horse race, and walk in the park. They've been beaten before. I just don't see it happening tonight. Right now, opened up at 1-9. I like the 5, Twin Be Tough Enough, and the punters are all over them. I'm going to the 1, Jules Dragon, off of the position. I'll use 3, Laugh Again, Hanover for third right now at 99-1. And I'll close it out if you play the super on the 4, Tradition. 5, 1, 3, 4 from the booth. Mr. McPhee, your choices.
Now listen, I'm going to get to my picks in just a moment, but first of all, I need to tell you about how we feeling about the Leafs and Florida right now. 2-1 Leafs. What are you thinking game 4?
Well, I'm thinking that Florida's going to tie it up, Peter, to tell you the truth, the next time around. But the Leafs, I have to admit, they've been pretty amazing. They've got a pretty decent team. And it could be the year of the Leafs. I'm not going to like it and cheer for it from up here, but it could be your year.
I'm hoping you're right, Vance. Just once. I'm asking for it. We'll see what happens. Long way to go yet. But yeah, 2-1 Leafs. We'll see what happens game 4 tomorrow night. Vance, I'm on the 5 with you. Twin Be Tough Enough, the Governor's Plate winner from last year. He's just an awesome horse, and I think he'll get the job done tonight. I do like 4, Tradition, with Corey McPherson tonight. Horse can really finish up. If you look at his lines, he's always finishing up in 28 and change, and I'll put the 1 in for third. Jules Dragon and Campbell, they should get a good trip along the rail here tonight. I'm at 5, 4, and 1 in the feature at Red Shores. Okay, getting set for the 13th here tonight, and we'll take a quick look at the odds before we go. Jules Dragon, like we said, along the rail, 7 wins last year. 53 was the record here in Charlottetown. He's on the rail here tonight for Campbell. He's going to be tucked in, probably get a nice tidy trip here, 7-2. Shadows Terror, good win last week at the 1901 level. Hughes was aboard, 56, 28-1, so up the ladder tonight. Adam Murner gets the call. Shadows Terror is 7-1. Laugh Again Hanover. Jason Hughes tonight. Jason does have the double here. So Hughes aboard Laugh Again Hanover in the middle of a 5-horse field here tonight at 20-1. Tradition and Corey McPherson, I really like the way this guy finishes up. I was saying that before. He can really storm home. He had 7 wins last year from 29 starts, 53-3. And the choice is Twin Be Tough Enough. 10 wins from 31 starts last year, 52-2. That is the feature. We're getting close in race number 13. Metro Home Building Center starting gate rolling here for race number 13 from Red Shores in Charlottetown tonight. It is the Saturday night feature. Let's go to Vance Cameron for the race call.
Jules Dragon, Shadows Terror, Laugh Again Hanover. Tradition, Twin Be Tough Enough. Saturday night feature at Charlottetown. Top of the stretch. Here they come. And away they go. Up and pacing, Jules Dragon, the first call. From the outside, Twin Be Tough Enough towards the rail. Shadows Terror third. To get away fourth, Laugh Again Hanover. Tradition will trail in the early going as they swing by the 8th pole, led by Jules Dragon. And the lead is going to be short-lived. Here's Barry Owen, Twin Be Tough Enough. They're going to make the lead going to the opening quarter. Jules Dragon now second, racing from third. That's Shadows Terror. Back into fourth is Laugh Again Hanover, and trailing the field, that's Tradition fifth. They're on by that opening quarter mile. Up front, the leader, Twin Be Tough Enough. Racing from second towards the rail is Jules Dragon. Now in third, Shadows Terror. Racing from fourth. Through the stretch they come, 28-1. That was the front quarter. Now they're halfway home with Twin Be Tough Enough, the leader. Second, that's Jules Dragon. Shadows Terror third. Closed up fourth, Laugh Again Hanover. And Tradition fifth. They're halfway home in the feature in straight alignment. They're watching. Twin Be Tough Enough leading them Over to 5/8, the half in just 58 and 1. 30 seconds flat in the second panel. Up the backstretch they go, and the 3/4 is the next stop. Twin B Top Enough will get them there. Jules Dragon muscles up in the 2-hole. From the outside, coming up third, Tradition. Shadows Terror fourth, and now trailing, Laughing and Hanover. 3/4 in the books, and Twin B Top Enough got him there in 1:28 and 2, just 30 and 1 in the third. Down the home stretch, Twin B Tough Enough. Jules Dragon not enough. Deep in the stretch, coming back on now. But it's Twin B Tough Enough and Barrio in the feature. Jules Dragon second, Shadows Terror will finish third. And the time for the mile, 1:56.4.
Okay, here's a slow-mo for race number 13 from Redshores in Charlottetown tonight. And Twin B Tough Enough did get to the front from post 5 here. Barrio decided to leave hard. The inside horses did leave as well, but Barrio was able to up and clear past 28 and 1 for Twin B Tough Enough. Jules Dragon was second, Shadows Terror third. They raced the half in 58 and 1. Swung to the backside. Still, it was Twin B Tough Enough, followed by Jules Dragon, 1:28 and 2. And here they are in deep stretch. Nice close-up tonight by Universal Media as Twin B Tough Enough makes his 2025 debut, a winning one, scoring 1:56 and 4. Jules Dragon raced well, is second. Shadows Terror good as well, third. 5-1-2 in the feature at Red Shores.
Twin B Tough Enough on his way to the 13th race winner's circle, pacing Brown Stallion. He's 10 by Rock and Roll Heaven from the Dragon Again Dam in the pink. Owned by Patrick Morris of Charlottetown, bred by William Joseph Donovan of Florida. Trained by Ronnie Matheson, and the Maritime Magic Man, Gil Barrio, gets his second winner for the double. The mile, 1:56 and 4. Twin B Tough Enough captures the Saturday night feature at Charlottetown. Ladies and gentlemen, we are experiencing some tote board technical difficulties right now. Our technicians are working on it. We do have the 13th race now declared official. Here's the official results in the 13th. Jules Dragon was second. Shadow's Terror third. Laugh Again Hanover fourth. Tradition finished fifth. Twinbee Tough Enough, the race winner. Fractions were 28 and 1, 58 and 1, 128 and 2, and the mile in 150, 6 and 4. In review, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1. Twinbee Tough Enough paid 230 to win. The Exactor 270, Triactor 970, Superfecta 215.
Okay, back here at Redshores in Charlottetown at the top of the park here tonight. I'm your host, Peter McPhee, and we're working on race number 14, and it's the late Super High Five. So Redshores Racing features an early and a late pick 5 as part of the 2025 wagering menu. Super High Five is offered on race 5 and the last race of the program with a low 15% takeout. Customers can play the Super High Five at Redshores Charlottetown and Red Shores Summerside. We'll get to those picks in just a moment, but quickly look at the top 3 here for myself and Kurt Hughes, post-time picks, classifier as well. Looks like we're all heading towards the 4 off his win last time out, Rymar Jimbo. I do like him on top here. Like the 7 as well, Mr. Matt Major for Adam Murner. And I'm going to put the 2 in, who's taking most of the money here, Sunseeker. And Barrio won the last one. He's got 2 in the night, so he's looking to round it out with a hat trick here tonight in Charlottetown. Kurt Hughes with post-time picks. He likes the 4. He's going to put the 8 in here, Silver Hair Lightning, and the 7. Mr. Matt Major, and the classifier along the bottom with a 4, 2, and a 7. Post-parade coming up next for the finale here at Red Shores.
14th race on the track for the post parade, One Rock number 1, owned and trained by Luke Burke of Donaldston. Corey McPherson drives. Sunseeker 2, owned by Kayla Glenn of Charlottetown, trained by Ron Matheson, Jill Barrio. All About the Cash number 3, owned by Jeff Holmes, Trevor and David McDonald, and Leonard Doyle, trained by Jeff Holmes, driven by Brady Sweet. Weimar Jimbo number 4, owned by Nigel and Leona Smart and Eric Doucette of Rustico. Eric does the training, driven by Kenny Murphy. 5 is Sahara Sunshine, owned by Claire Murphy, Daryl Murphy, and Cindy McLean, trained by Jennifer Doyle, David Dowling. Leaving Bruises 6, owned by Basil Hunter and Douglas Molyneux of Stratford, trained by Basil Hunter, driven by Jason Hughes. Mr. Matt Major is number 7, owned by Hervé LaJoy from St. Antoine, New Brunswick, trained and driven by Adam Murner. Silver Hill Lightning number 8, owned and trained by Stacey Darrow, Stratford, Mark Campbell. 4 minutes wagering time. Less than 4 here in the 14th. We're back with live racing on Thursday night here in Red Shores, Charlottetown. Post time 6 p.m. Peter has his super high five selections to wrap up this Saturday night.
Thanks very much, Vance. Yeah, both you and I with our selections here, and we're pretty close. Those first 3 are the same for Vance and I. Weimar Jimbo on top, along with Mr. Matt Major for second. We're going to put Sunseeker in for third. Then Vance has the 3, All About the Cash, and the 8, Silver Hill Lightning. So Vance at 4-7-2-3-8. I'm the same, 4-7-2. I then put the 8, Silver Hill Lightning, for fourth, and I put in the 6, Leaving Bruises for Hughes for fifth. So I'm at 4-7-2-8 and 6. Good luck with your tickets here in the Super High Five as we wrap it up at Red Shores. Okay, getting set for race number 14 tonight from Red Shores in Charlottetown as the horses line up behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. It is the late Super High Five finale. Vance Cameron, great working with you tonight. Up to you for the call.
Right back to you, Mr. McPhee. They're lining up here in the nightcap. One Rock, Sunseeker, all about the cash. Weimar Jimbo, Sahara Sunshine, leaving bruises. Mr. Matt Major, Silver Hill Lightning on the grandstand side to close it out. Top of the stretch. '14th, ready for a start. Super High Five. Finale time. Post time. They're up and pacing, leaving out Sunseeker towards the rail. That's a One Rock. All about the cash. Will round the turn third. Fourth towards the rail is Weimar Jimbo. On the outside fifth, Sahara Sunshine. Sixth in at the rail. That is Leaving Bruises. Then in seventh on the backstretch for the first time, Mr. Matt Major. And the trailer, that is Silver Hill Lightning. Freewheeling on the lead. Sunseeker. In line is Gilberto, out in front by the quarter. Racing from second is One Rock, 28 and 3 opened it up. Third on the turn is All About the Cash. There goes Weimar Jimbo, sent to the outside fourth. Mr. Matt Major will pick up some cover now to follow. He's on the outside fifth. Racing from sixth, Sahara Sunshine. Going wide seventh, Leaving Bruises, and trailing the field, Silver Hill Lightning. They're halfway home in the finale, and here's Weimar Jimbo from the outside now to lead it. Sunseeker is second. Mr. Matt Major, he's been out all the way in third. 58 and 3 was the half. Racing from fourth along the inside to pick up third is One Rock. Picking up fourth on the inside, All About the Cash. Mr. Matt Major starting to backpedal now between horses. On the rail, Sahara Sunshine. 3 high goes Leaving Bruises. And the trailer, that is Silver Hill Lightning. On by the 3/4, and they're well grouped. Weimar Jimbo strikes the lead and the rail. 3/4 in 1. 28 and 3 as they arrive at the 7/8. Weimar Jimbo is the leader by 3. Sunseeker is second. One Rock third. All About the Cash is coming late fourth. Deep in the stretch in the Super High Five. Here is Weimar Jimbo. Second will go to Sunseeker, and All About the Cash rallies up for third. 1:58. 3.
Okay, here's the slow-mo for race number 14, the finale at Red Shores tonight, and it's brought to you by Universal Media. He was good last week, this guy, 701s. Kenny pointed him right down the road, 57 and 3, 28 and 4. He was a winner. He went up the ladder tonight, and he sat fourth early on here as he let Sunseeker, One Rock, and All About the Cash go through 28 and 3, and then Kenny makes the first up move here tonight, and he is first up and grinding past the half. They swung to the backside. He clears up through 58 and 3, and he is gone. 128 and 3, separation down the lane here now. It's Kenny's got it in hand. Close up from Universal Media here tonight on Weimar Jimbo going back-to-back at Red Shores. 158 and 3. Kenny Murphy and Weimar Jimbo closing it down at Red Shores, Charlottetown.
Weimar Jimbo on his way to the 14th race winner's circle, pacing brown gelding, 8 years, the son of Cam Mystic off the Arts Place Dam Artistic Gal, owned by Nigel and Leona Smart and Eric Doucette of Rustico. Eric Doucette is the breeder and the trainer. Kenny Murphy picks up his second winner tonight. He's got the double, 158 and 3. The time for the mile, Weimar Jimbo and the Kenny Murphy double in the Super High 5. Here's the official results in the 14s. One Rock, 4th. Sunseeker, 2nd. All About the Cash, 3rd. Weimar Jimbo, the winner. Sahara Sunshine was 7th. Leaving Bruises, 6th. Mr. Matt Major was 8th. Silver Hill Lightning finished 5th. The fractions of 28 and 3. 58 and 3. 128 and 3. And the mile in 158 and 3. In review, it's 423 176 85. Weimar Jimbo paid $4.90. Exactor $14.90. The Triactor $95. The Late Daily Double $5.50. And the Super High 5 returning $245.60. That will complete our live presentation on this night here in Charlottetown. Tonight's Palm Beach will handle $73,476. Ladies and gentlemen, from up top of the Charlottetown Driving Park, thanking you for joining us. This is Vance Cameron, bidding you a safe journey home.